Test, 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 Test. Gut, funktioniert. Alles klar. Wunderbar. Ja.
Yeah, welcome. I'm very happy to welcome you to the Volla Community Days 2026. And yeah, I'm happy. Thanks for the applause. Yeah, many thanks to all helping hands that are joining today. In particular, I'm very happy that some of our developers will present demos and a workshop at this weekend. Some of our developers traveled a long distance to Remscheid. You can see them in the white t-shirts here. And also I'm thank to the other team of Remscheid that have prepared in the backstage all this event, in particular our production, for instance. Also welcome here today Mrs. Wiedenhoff for marketing, Mr. Lages from customer care, who can also answer your question, and also Mrs. Wolzer, who has prepared the organization of that event. Ja, herzlichen Willkommen auch nochmal in deutscher Sprache für alle, die hier gekommen sind zu den Volla Community Days 2026. Ich bedanke mich bei allen Mitarbeitern, die an der Vorbereitung beteiligt waren und auch die hier heute vor Ort sind. Wir haben sehr viele internationale Zuhörer, nicht nur hier in diesem Raum, sondern auch online. Das Ganze wird live übertragen. Hier den besten Dank an Mitteldeutschland TV, die sich bereit erklärt haben, diesmal die Live-Übertragung durchzuführen. Ganz großartiges Team. Da bedanke ich mich auch ganz herzlich. Sehen Sie es mir nach, dass ich aufgrund des internationalen Publikums das meiste in Englisch vortrage. Ihre Fragen in deutscher Sprache sind natürlich herzlich willkommen, die ich dann noch entsprechend in deutscher Sprache antworten kann. Und wir haben Mittagsgelegenheit zu sprechen. Okay, so I will continue in English. We have a lot of the agenda, a huge agenda, a full-packed agenda, but I think we have enough time in the lunchtime and the meet the team time to talk together. And I'm looking forward to your ideas and your questions. This is the agenda for today that we have also published in our blog post. This morning I will talk about an outlook of Volla and what we have did in the last year. And I am happy that also our premier partners, BChat, Holochain and UBports will be also here today to present, give an outlook about the development of Ubuntu Touch. And we have also a live demo, what we have achieved and what you can expect from Ubuntu Touch. Tomorrow it's quite interesting. It's a different structure or plan than last year. So this year, the second day is we offer, I think, very interesting workshops, and I'm happy that these workshops will be recorded and available later on YouTube. We have first a workshop about unified attestation. It's an initiative together with an industry consortium to develop and implement and roll out an alternative of Google Play integrity that's very relevant for digital IDs and some banking apps. And then we have a workshop about Volla open source projects, how you can benefit from them or contribute. And in the afternoon, we will have a workshop how to develop Volla cloud apps. Okay, so I'm looking forward. It's a lot of content, a lot of inspiration for you. And let's have a quick look back. So maybe most of you already know the story of Volla. Here are some key facts of Volla. Founded 2027. I think the most important thing is that Volla Systeme is an independent company, so we don't have venture capital. And because we want, or I want to provide a long-term promise, want to fulfill our promise of privacy for a long term. If I would have venture capital on board, I would offer them an exit perspective, and then the company is sold after a few years to some big tech. This is what I don't want. It's very hard to grow without venture capital. The benefit is that Volla Systeme is a very robust and healthy company concerning the figures. So maybe also other figures that we have. I think I'm a little bit proud about that figure. We are growing from the cash flow over 22,000 devices. We have shipped all over the world to 55 countries. We have now a more the supply chain is growing. I will also talk about Made in Germany a little bit later. And we have a lot of developers, 16 developers from 9 countries. So also our Volla team is growing. I'm very happy that some of them have traveled to Remscheid. And we have partners and also some new partners. There are UBports. It's one of our premier partners because UBports is maintaining and developing Ubuntu Touch. That is an option for all of our devices. We have the Holochain Foundation. We have BChat. And we have some new partners. Unfortunately, it's Vivaldi. Unfortunately, Vivaldi couldn't find time to join this Volla Community Days, but we are working on a very fast browser with no compromise concerning the privacy and data security. And Vivaldi is working on de-googling their Vivaldi browser for Volla devices. I think that's a very awesome new partnership. And we also have Tutao, or most of you know them as Tuta Mail, as a new partner. And the CEO of Tutao will also send us live greetings later. Also on the retailer side, we have some new partners. One newest partners is even not on the list. It's a retailer from Romania. So we have ProShop. Currently, ProShop is running a campaign in, I think it is 7 countries of Europe. You see the Volla devices advertised on the homepage of ProShop in all that countries. We are working with Otto, most German customers, Germans know it, and Kaufland. And we have EDV Lehmann in Switzerland. We have also a video greeting from them. And we have some new partners. It's PC Specialisten, a retailer in Norway. And we have a new distributor also in Norway, because we have some exciting announcement in the next couple of weeks. This is Libratech. So for all maybe retailers in Norway, they can contact Libratech to get our devices for sale. And we still have the very good business relationship with Herweg. Herweg is not only targeting the German market, but also the European market. It's a very experienced distributor. So outside, if there is any retailer, they have best support from Herweg to get our devices for retailer conditions. Customer care is also very important for us. Most of you know that we have for Germany and European Union phone service. And because Switzerland is not part of the European Union and it's hard to ship devices back and forth, so we have that Swiss authorized partner Nano Repair. So if you have a broken display or some other hardware issues, you can send your device to Nano Repair. And it's new because we have some exciting plans we can't announce today. It is PC Specialisten. It's not only a retailer with a brick and mortar business, so they have a shop in a shopping mall, online shop, and it's how do you say it? They have an authorized repair partner, so you can bring your device there if you have a broken display or any other issue. So this is very important. And I also would like to thank you very much to the community. So Volla is community driven. From the beginning, we have started with crowdfunding, not with venture capital, as I said. And at that point, the company was so young, it wasn't able to get any loan from a bank. So we started with crowdfunding. And still the community is supporting our business and the development. They come up with ideas. We have a beta testing community, and we have even contributions for the source code. And we have also, last but not least, the moderators of our Telegram channel and other channels. And one moderator, his nickname Waldbursche at Telegram, and also Schmühl, it's the nickname of another volunteer moderator. They are helping us to moderate the Telegram group, answer questions. And Waldbursche, he had developed a Volla Hub app. This Volla Hub app is published in your F-Droid of Volla OS, and you have access to all important information like our forum and the FAQ pages, the web page itself, and other information. So it's your central to get information and help about your Volla product. We have also our wiki, that is also maintained by the community in different languages. So I'm really excited about the support by the Volla community. So thank you very much to all of you here in that room and that are watching online at YouTube or following this event at Telegram and our other channels. Okay, so this is some key facts about Volla Systeme. Volla Systeme is evolving, as you can see. Let's talk a bit again about the big picture. So the motivation for Volla originally came up because I realized two things. First is that mobile devices, and you can also say the digital devices in general, they're occupying a lot of time and attention of people. They're designed to keep people's time and attention because people produce data, and data is raw material to make business with it. So, and my intention was that people get a free mind and have more time and attention what really matters. And this is not the digital world. And the second, what I realized is the paternalization of modern operating system, mobile operating systems. So it's like if you set up an iPhone, you can't do it without creating your Apple ID, your iCloud connection, and you have not really an opt-out. It's the same with Microsoft 367. You can't opt out that your Word, Excel, PowerPoint sends much more than telemetrics to the servers of Microsoft. So this is the overall motivation, and so this is our main claim or main promise: freedom through simplicity and security. We say time and attention, what really matters, and sovereignty on your own data. You should decide with which data, with whom, and when you would like to share data sovereignty. And the question is, why can't big tech offer privacy and security? I know they're advertising that they take care about privacy and security. Maybe it's true for third parties, but they have full access what we are doing in our daily life, and so many data comes together on a mobile device like a smartphone. The reason is that their business and technical dependency on the cloud of computer that is driven in computer centers. So they can't, and if the data is collected in computer centers, they can't really offer the privacy protection because they are forced by law to open backdoors for some organizations, and some of them, like Google, also use the data to process it to create user profiles for advertising and so on. So this is the reason why big tech can't really offer an alternative that is because they're dependent on their business model. And iOS or macOS, they are, in particular iOS, is, you can't really disconnect an iPhone from the iCloud and the data processing in some computer centers. Sometimes I'm also asked by journalists, why is privacy and data protection important? There are so many aspects why people decide to take care about their privacy or data protection. We know that there are people with special security needs, like lawyers, like politicians, in particular the opposition, or also in people that are handling sensitive data, like in healthcare and so on. But also the rest of us, it's important to think about privacy on maybe a slightly different way. I just summarize it to inspire you and the people outside looking at the broadcast uh, at one important point that is not frequently discussed in the discourse. You know the claim knowledge is power, and I would add, who knows a lot about a person, uh, he has power on him, so or her. So this is the
the
opposite.
opposite.
And
And
if
if
big
big
tech
tech
or if
or if
some
some yeah,
service
service
providers, cloud service providers, have a lot of data about you, and even if with your iPhone or your stock Android phone, Apple and Google have a pretty complete um, information and profile. What are your interests? What you are doing? Where you are doing this? They have and then they have also power about the people that are using it, because they have the algorithms to where they filter out what you can see, what you can do, and people tend to follow the recommendations, what the software is recommending them to do, and we see all that is the change in of mind when AI is upcoming, and so people ask AI, and they are more and more dependent what the smart device or the AI is suggesting. So this is something that would maybe it's worth to have an own lecture about that loop that we give data, and it's not a neutral technology, a smartphone today, and how these smartphones also change the way we think, we behave, and what we think that we know. So that is what I simply summarized: from profiling to filtered informations and services to beliefs and behavior. This is this circle, this loop, I think we need to be aware of, and I think enlightenment is very important. Privacy is a human right, I would say. It's the same right that it's no one's business what you write in your family or friends, or what you are reading and what the sources of informations are. It's the same privacy that should be protected like your home. It's also clear for all of us that no one should be allowed to enter your home. And this, so I think privacy is a human right, and we are not alone with this opinion. Volla Systeme is implementing Article 8 of the Charter of Human Rights of the European Union. So we are fully aligned and not alone with this opinion. Yeah, so we have the big picture is an independent, secure communication infrastructure. And last time we even learned a lot of it. We have the secure mobile devices as the first piece of the puzzle. We started 2020 with the first Volla phone, and with Volla OS, because if we have secure mobile devices, we need also a secure independent operating system that is, and this is not only Volla OS, we have also Ubuntu Touch as an option there, and we sell still up to 20% of our devices for people that are choosing the mobile Linux operating system that has some special benefits if it comes for convergence, and we will know more about the development in convergence. And then we have the decentralized cloud, the cloud without a computer center. It sounds like a contradiction, but together with Holochain, we made it. Even on mobile devices, this was very challenging to bring that technology on a mobile device with limited power and with limited calculation resources, with limited resources in general. So We have a cloud for distributed data processing. I will talk later more about it. We have Volla Cloud apps, secure apps. And we have Volla AI. I will also say more about it later. And we have, this is a little bit green background because it's more new. It's the Volla MeshNet. So this is something else than the internet. It will be an independent radio network that even works if everything is shut down, power is shut down and the internet is shut down, or if there are some, and this is your private network. And so we have, and this is an indication that we have some other things will coming up. So I have also some blank here, blank boxes to indicate that we have something else even in the pipeline for the big picture of a Volla ecosystem, an independent ecosystem of communication. So we really bring back the power to the people. Okay, let's talk a bit about Volla OS and all these aspects. I will talk a bit of it. It's so much what we have done. So, brief overview about Volla OS. Volla OS is cleaned, hardened Android without Google Apps and Services. Most of you know, but it's many people doesn't know it, that there's stock Android from Google and there's an Android open source project. And if you go to a supermarket or an electronic market to buy a smartphone, usually you have stock Android. This is this base Android plus Google Play services and Google Apps. And so we have the pure base Android that we even also cleaned up, and we added more open source components. We have the intelligent user interface in the so-called Springboard with quick menu and the smart compilations of content. Everything is executed on the device. We have Unix security mode. I have also good news concerning this. We have supportive intelligence. We call our AI supportive intelligence. More about later. And we have a modern, clear design, black and white, so it's also comfortable for your eyes, non-disturbing. As I said, it's one of my very important things I would like to offer our customers. Everything is an offering, so if you don't like that user interface, you can also use Volla devices, smartphones and tablets with the standard Android user interface. So keep it as an offering, this smart user interface. I use it daily and I don't want to miss it. We have the Springboard here, as you know, and we have also some new features for it. For the Volla launcher, we have, it's now possible, so here it was a list of all the smart features. You can type anything and then you get recommendations for auto-completion and recommendations of matching features depending what you have entered in the smart text field. Yeah, and last year we introduced Volla Launcher version 4. You can now create contacts from the Springboard. You can create a speed dial, so you can, from the quick menu, just with one gesture, dial your most important contacts. We have then also a redial option in the quick menu. Here's the animation of the quick menu. So it's also very comfortable just to redial with one gesture. And yeah, we have widgets now on the smartphone that was previously only available for the Volla tablet. And I made it in particular for some people who come from their feature phone and would like to have it even very, very simple. So we have a widget for quick dialing. You can use this on the start page, this widget as your dialer, as you have used to do so with your feature phone, and the highlighted, maybe you can see it, the highlighted numbers are those where you have favorites, whether you have favorites defined in your contact book or contact app. Then you can also have a quick dial from that dialer widget. So, and we have custom app groups that was requested by the community. We integrated this in Volla Launcher 4, so you can define your own groups and group your apps, so you have your really personal touch. And we have also in the launcher now we support cloned apps that have been introduced with Volla OS 15. So it's quite comfortable. So if you have your private and business Telegram account, or you have your private and business Signal account, you can clone the Telegram and Signal app and can use it with different identities or accounts. This is, I think, the most usual use case for this. And we have more customization options, like the color, and we have now left-hand support for the quick menu. And also thank you very much for the community developers who have contributed to that launcher, to the source code. So we have also, they bring in their ideas. Yeah, Volla OS 15 was introduced last year, and now we are almost ready to publish Volla OS 16. So Volla OS 16 comes up with some highlights. It's based on Android 16 for sure, and it has some design changes, and with this vibrant interface, so you can see it in the settings or in other apps that make use of that new vibrant and Android user interfaces. And we have now lock screen widgets that we can, and we have some changes in the user interface, and the blur effects, and we have also improved responsiveness of the overall system. Some beta testers also told us that the energy consumption is improved. And so we have published the release notes in more details, as you are used to find it in our GitHub, and also you will find it in your Updater app of Volla OS. There's in the 3-dot menu in the upper right corner, you have a link to the release notes with a full list of the Volla OS 16 features. Here are some screenshots of the quick toggles of Android and the user interface of the settings, so it is slightly modified, as you can see. And this is just the light version. That is for daylight and summer, maybe the better option than dark light that I prefer in winter and evening. So today I can announce that Volla OS 16 will be released this month. Thank you very much to all beta testers who helped us to find all the issues, because it's always a big change, from one major to the next major release. And I'm very happy to confirm that Volla OS 16 is available to all devices that are running with Volla OS 15. So it was not officially supported by Android open source project, but we made it, our developers backported what has to be done to bring it on all our devices. So with your Volla Phone 22, you can enjoy the benefits of that major update with all new features that are coming with Volla OS 16. So, and here I created a new link, release-notes.volla.online, and here you find a detailed list of all the user interface, security, and performance improvements that are coming with Android 16. One is not coming on other Android 16 devices. It's a fully redesigned security mode that is unique on Volla OS. The security mode is deeply embedded in the operating system for good reasons, because it's doing stuff that regular apps aren't allowed to do so. And it's not a good idea to root a device. So we we embedded this security mode as a gatekeeper for your internet traffic, and also your security app to take care that some apps you don't really trust, but that you must use for business reasons or for your studies, so that they don't do something malicious or they share data that you don't want to share. So the Volla security mode was completely re-implemented for Volla OS 16 with new material design, as you can see. So we have now a toggle between the blacklist and whitelist mode. So one feature is to filter internet connections, not only in your browser with a browser plugin, but for all apps. So you can use, for instance, with the blacklist, apps that have some tracker embedded to send data to some servers for profiling or whatever. And you can then use these apps with a good feeling if security mode is active, because security mode is able to block these trackers. The apps are working, but the embedded trackers never have a chance to send the data to the server. Or the whitelist mode is very important for parents to define what internet domains their children can call, and avoid that the children can see an inappropriate content for their age. So this is also, for me, a very important feature to protect our children. So this is the security mode, and you can also block apps so that you can, I do it. I have a lot of apps that I only rarely use, but I not really trust them, and I don't know what they do in the background. So I just put it on the list of the security mode, and if I activate the security mode, the system behaves if these apps are not installed at all. And if I need the apps, I just deactivate security mode, and then the apps are popping up, and I can use them for the moment of usage. So this is, and I can also use some apps and prevent internet access at all. For instance, I can use with a good feeling then Microsoft PowerPoint or Word. You know that these apps are sending not only telemetrics, also content to the server of Microsoft, and I can, after I have done the license confirmation, I just block that app can't connect to the internet at all, and I can use then with a good feeling PowerPoint for some presentations, for instance. So, and what's new? We have also now implemented that no app can bypassing the DNS setting of the system. So even if an app wants to use another DNS, then that is configured, then the system, we block it. So this is also, I think, a very important feature, because we realized that some apps are bypassing the system configuration for the DNS server, and DNS server is a very also critical part. And we have more easy updates for the templates. You can define all domains that should be blocked or explicitly allowed on your own. That doesn't change, but we have also templates, as you say, of different groups of content, let's say. So you can load templates to avoid phishing and malware and so on. And so that you can easy update, as now an easy update feature, because the apps are, these domains are frequently changing, as you can see. We are maintaining the templates, and you just can update easily these templates and all the domains behind that templates. We also have a privacy report that was requested, so you have a statistics what the security mode has blocked and for which apps these are blocked. And we have even an interactive mode that was inspired what I use here on my MacBook. So I know how I can block everything that is going to Apple. And so this was inspired me that our developers developed here now this interactive mode. That means, so if an app tries to connect to some domain, you can explicitly allow it, you can reject it, or you say, okay, I allow it for 5 minutes. And then you can also constantly improve the security mode. This is and with the statistics, you have transparency, what it does. Okay, let's talk about the Volla or a supportive intelligence. And first of all, you can have lectures about it, and universities offer lectures about AI. So it's a broad topic, but I think it's important to just mention some bullet points what AI is. So in my point of view, it's an integral part of electronic data processing from the very beginning. So if you don't look at all the buzzwords and all the marketing and all the hype, I think you can clearly say that AI or it's part of the electronic data processing in general from the beginning. And look at the Turing test that was defined to find out when AI is implemented. And it was implemented, and the first computer passed the Turing test in the 70s. And we have a lot of, over the time, we have a lot of ways of artificial intelligence, a lot of kind of technologies, they all evolved. We have for sure now a more computing capacity available to do much more sophisticated than in the last decades. But I think conceptually it's an evolution. So there was not a switch that suddenly we have artificial intelligence in the last year. We had in the past case-based reasoning. We had semantic web. Maybe some of you remember it was it was propagated in the academic context in particular. We have inferencing on semantic web or in general on structured data. We have heuristics. We have even something like regular expressions. We have natural language processing. Here it's how it was starting. We have latent semantic analysis and all that kind. This is just an example of different kind of artificial intelligence that is an evolution of computer science. Today's AI, if people today talk about AI, they mean basically statistics. And that is what AI is. It's statistics, and we need to really reflect this key fact. And AI it tells only us what the AI was fed with or was trained with. And the one who decides about the training data can tweak and can control somehow what the artificial intelligence will answer us for questions. So don't trust AI like Grok or ChatGPT, just a side note. And this afternoon we have one partner who is working on really large AI for corporations. So that's based on the corporate data that is trusted by the corporation. And we have also and we would also bring AI in a useful sense to the users. And I also, just a side note, that we distinguish another evolution that goes into parallel and now matching. We have a long evolution about robotics, and now robotics is combined with AI. And then we have humanized robots and also other self-autonomous systems that are not only statistic or not self-referencing systems. They have sensors, they try to anticipate and capture the reality. And this is something we really need to take care and should really think in what degree we accept it. This is also, I think, something that needs a public discourse. Anyway, Volla AI principles. If we are also using AI, but in a different way. We have some principles. It's first of all a critical and responsive approach of AI, not just following trends. If we introduce and use AI, it's strictly privacy protecting. So because the AI that we are using is only executed locally on the device, that is very challenging because of limited resources. And it's always transparent. So you know, okay, this is now a smart feature. It uses artificial intelligence, and there are distinct users under the full control of the user. And it's empowering the user, not rather than taking away their autonomy. So it's not it's very important for me that AI is not misleading the user to ask some electronic entity for some daily stuff to take decisions or something like that. It's also very important trustworthiness with sources that you are trusting. This is more as perspective that I will now show up to you. And so we call it not artificial intelligence, we call it supportive intelligence, because these algorithms are, as I said, they are private, they are transparent, and they're under the current control of the user to empower the users, and therefore we call it supportive intelligence. We have this with a springboard with smart features, with a set of heuristics and other approaches that we are using for the springboard with a smart text field. We have the Volla board. The Volla board is speech to text. It captures what you speak and transfer it to the written language. Also, this is executed on the device. No computer center is involved. That is very important. And we have text to speech. Also, we use open source for sure. And this is very important for visual impaired people or for blind people. it was even inspired by a blind user who called me and say, I like your product, but I can't use it. I'm blind. And he heard from us in an audio podcast. That was very inspiring. And then we have face recognition. For some people, it is very convenient. So there's no bit that is going into the cloud. There's no profile that we can use or that we could access or some third-party access, just for unlocking the device, and it's a re-implemented open source version. And now with Volla 16, we also introduce at the first time AI image processing. You can activate it optionally so that you have the brilliance of like you have on your iPhone or other flagship devices. We have trained, or our team have trained the model for this image improvement. It's not only, it's for improve the contrast, removing the artifacts, and the improving it to have natural colors. So this is, and we are soon, the next, in this summer, I can say we have a new own model for speech to text. That also captures punctuation and large and small letters, very important for German. It was a bit annoying. We have a light-weighted model because it's executed on the device, and now we worked hard to have a model that can run on a mobile device and that also captures. And we have, so that is in German, but we will also add further models. And then we also we will introduce this summer another model for German and for Dutch, because we have a lot of Dutch customers, for text-to-speech, to have a more natural sound of the voice. Currently the voice looks like the introduction of the Macintosh in the 70s, because it's a simple model that can be executed on a mobile device, and our developers, engineers worked really hard to make text-to-speech working on a mobile device with a more natural voice. It's not like a human, but it's more natural, it's more, it's more comfortable to listen to that voice. It's not only for blind people. If you are relaxed, this voice can also tell you what's written on the web page. And if you are visually impaired, it's also very convenient to use that feature. And soon, it's currently in the beta version. If someone is interested, he can or she can test it on one public page. We have our own trained model for a chatbot for support questions. We are a small company. We have 2 people in support, and sometimes they are busy and you want to have a quick question, then you can ask our bot. What we did, we don't use an API of ChatGPT or Grok or whatever. We have trained our own model, and we also run the model on our own hardware that we manage. So there's no bit that is going to third parties. It's private. You can use our chatbot. Nothing is locked, so you can just use our chatbot for some simple questions. The source of the chatbot is all the content that is available on our homepage and the FAQ page, the wiki pages. So it's for your convenience. And I would like to give you an outlook. We are working on a locally executed large language model, so that you can ask your Volla phone about content that you decide, and where you say, this is trustworthy data. It's my emails, or it's my document collection. And if it becomes really exciting, if you have distributed learning, you have your group in your in your Volla cloud, where you also sharing maybe some archive about science or whatever, and then you can have your trustworthy sources, and you can easily get information, you can get summaries, you can get some things done, and this is executed on locally on your device. It's technically extremely challenging. And but I think this is an important technology what we here develop, because you know that the large computer centers with AI, that is all the hype that comes soon to some point where the growth becomes difficult because of a lack of energy that is available or enough of sources. So locally executed AI, I think it's a good idea. It's in your hand. It's even working if the internet is down. It's always working. And we have something else in the plan, so a blank box here. Okay, and some highlights of the Volla photo enhancement here that I want to see. You will have it on your Volla device. It's for the wide angle sensor with the high resolution. So we didn't do it for the super wide angle or the macro. I think it makes sense for the and you have a toggle. If you see, you can toggle if you want AI post-processing or not. It's always your decision. What we are doing are always offerings to our customers. And trained, it is with high quality images. It's using the native sensor input and optimized performance. That was a really hard job to make it performant on the device, really hard job. So our developers have to implement it with some core programming language close to the engine. Okay, we talked about the Volla cloud. We also should talk about it. Why a Volla cloud service? Because big tech cloud services are running in data centers. They are very convenient, I know. And there the data is accessible to operators and authorities. And the computer centers in USA, they have to be compliant to the US Cloud Act. In Europe, we have the Digital Service Act and so on. So they need to be compliant, they need to open their backdoor, the data is processed extensively. I think this is well known since this bestseller of Edward Snowden. I showed that book previously, shortly on my slide. So this is our target, bringing back the convenience and the features without compromise of privacy. How does it work? It's a cloud without a computer center. Instead, the cloud is built, or it's creating itself by connected devices. There are several approaches for distributed encrypted edge computing. One is to have pieces of data and put these pieces somewhere of distributed devices. We have chosen another approach that for each use case you have a separated encrypted network under your control. You always decide with whom you would like to be connected and share encrypted data. So we have distributed hash tables inspired by blockchain, with a difference that it's not global approach, and it's not constantly growing data. Everyone knows that the blockchain at some point will blow up in our faces. So because it's not possible that the resources are available of constantly growing data. So we found a solution to remove data. It's powered by Holochain, and it's no blockchain. That is important. And we have the Volla Cloud Service as a core part of Volla OS. and it and this is very important for a mobile device. It keeps the peer connections alive and ensures reliable sync and push notifications. That's important for a chat app. And um, and it enables lightweighted apps, and you as a developer can also use it. And tomorrow we have a workshop how to develop an app for this new ecosystem or infrastructure with your app, your wallet, or whatever you have in your mind. And we have Voila messages, we have where in Voila messages is one of the first app that we developed for a long time, because we have so many challenges that are relevant for Android on a mobile device. And finally, we found the reason why we had over so many times sync issues. And I'm very happy that we finally did it. So we have verified contacts. That's very important. You exchange keys. So if you are connected, you know very well with whom you are connected. And you have a private and public chats. So you have maybe one-on-one chat of your approved contact, your friend, family. You can have a group chat in your family with approved members. This is more a replacement or an alternative to Signal. And then you can also invite to groups with a key. This is more like an alternative to Telegram. So, and there's no computer center involved, as I said. You are the one who then creates the group, and technically the group is backed by the connected devices of the people that have entered the group. And we have text, links, image, files, and in the newest, better version, we can also have replies. So it's a long way to have all the features of modern messages apps. And so finally, after 2 years, long development time, I can announce that in July, our plan is to have the first stable release. So you can use it for your daily life with your friends and family or with your colleagues. This is our plan. And we have also in July a new public beta version that introduce audio and video conferencing. And we have this already available for Android, Linux, Windows, and macOS. It's downloadable from our website. The website is directing to GitHub, where you find the source code. Our plan is to go with that app into the app stores, starting with Google App Play Store, to encourage to get the critical mass of people that are using that apps. And for that reason, it's very important that we allow everyone to use the Voila Messages app, not only people with Voila OS. So we have also a generic Android version that doesn't use or make use of the cloud service. As a system services head, this app embeds these relevant functions. And for iOS, it's a little bit more complicated, because we need to also, it's no other chance to go into the Apple App Store to offer it to the people. And then we are happy to, and this afternoon, we have also a live demo. It's Voila Recovery. It was announced also since 2 years. A lot of development was done in the last 2 years. So we have a distributed secure backup, so you can decide with your family and friends that you make a backup each other. So by devices of friends, we currently in the beta version, we just have the key of your friend. It will be a speaking name. So this is under development. You can decide how many storage you will offer for your family and friends. And you can also become a host. So this is the opposite way for your friend. And this is then a list content. You can activate and deactivate each list items. So you can say, I want to just update my contacts or the most important data, and you can also back up the apps, and then you can also configure which apps should be part of the backup. And here you see the buttons to recover your data. If you have a new device, your device was broken, or the data or your device had to be reset for some reasons, and then you can recover the data from the distributed cloud. This is and public beta also, we think we have it this or next month at the latest, that you can start testing it, the Volla recovery app. So Volla Cloud as a new ecosystem, and tomorrow I can recommend the workshop how to start as an app developer to maybe bring in your ID and develop your own app. As I said, we have Ubuntu Touch, and we will have a section this afternoon reserved for Ubuntu Touch with a demo and an outlook. So at that time, only the highlights. Ubuntu Touch, who doesn't know it yet, is a mobile Linux distribution. Most people know Ubuntu. It's very well known. It's from their desktop computer, and Ubuntu Touch is a mobile version originally developed by Canonical and now maintained by the UBports Foundation in Berlin, but developers all over the world. It's uncompromising respect for privacy. This is the whole idea of free open source software. It's completely open source from the ground up. I would call it a minimalistic user interface, UX. It's for people who want to have a minimalist device, and it's ready for convergence. Convergence means that you have your smartphone or your tablet and you can use it like a PC. We have here demo devices, and if you attach the tablet to the physical keyboard, something magic is happening. So the mobile operating system and UI turns into a desktop operating system with floating windows as you are knowing it from your desktop computer. And this is very exciting. This is how Ubuntu Touch looks like. We have here some devices you can have with Ubuntu Touch. You can have a look about it. And we have a port for Volla from Plinius, our newest device. And our plan is to have it ready for multi-boot, so that Volla OS with the next release, Volla OS 16, will support multi-boot on Volla from Plinius. So you can have, it's a very unique feature of Volla OS. You can have now both operating systems on one device, so you can have it your Volla OS as your primary system, and then you have your secondary operating system, Ubuntu Touch, installed on an SD card, or with Volla from Quintus, you have it even on the internal storage. We can expect, I think in July, an update of Ubuntu Touch with Qt 6. That sounds technical for all users outside and here. So you will get a browser that finally can render all the modern web pages. You can go shopping with no compromise with your Ubuntu Touch browser. And then we have also for the Volla tablet and the Volla keyboard now touch gestures, multi-touch gestures. So it's much more convenient to use the tablet with a keyboard like a laptop, and we have the full Linux app support in preparation, an exciting demo this afternoon. So you have really a smartphone or a tablet that is your PC with no compromise for any kind of Linux application you need for your creativity and productivity. And this is really game changing, I think. And we will also working on the pen support. It was never part of the plan, but we came up with our tablet, and we want to also offer that you can use the Volla pen with it. Okay, let's talk a bit about, we started a bit later, so I have to take care about the time, so many things to share. About Volla devices, so we have currently, we have still the Vodafone X23. It's our rack device. So waterproof, IP68 waterproof device. We have our flagship device that I am also using as my daily driver. I love it, the piano optic of the casing. It's really elegant, powerful. It keeps our flagship device, and we have the Volla tablet together with the keyboard. It's also laptop replacement. And the Vodafone X23 became a successor device. Most of you know it. It's the Vodafone Plinius. We have that name. It's inspired by Plinius the Elder. It was a natural scientist in the ancient Rome, and yeah, it's an outdoor device. It doesn't look like a rack device, but it's very robust. It's also IP68 water protected, and we thought Plinius could be a good name for an outdoor device. And these are the specs. Most of them already know them. You find them on our webpage, and we have a different configuration. It's a Vodafone Plinius Plus. It's not only more storage, but it also has it has a pogo pin for accessory you can magnetically clip on the back of the page of the device. And I have some samples here. It was slightly delayed because now I can say all components we have all together at the end of this month. We have already reserved the factory capabilities for us. So in the first week of July, we will produce the first batch, and we will start maybe even end of the first week of July to ship all pre-orders. I have some Vodafone Plinius Plus with me, so in the lunchtime you can have a hands-on look on it. The final thing was the back case that we had to define. So this is the announcement that we have it available finally in July. And thanks for the engineers that helped to bring Volla S on the device, and also engineers who helped to do the PCBA design, in particular the sub PCBA that is made for Volla, and one of the engineers is here. So congratulations, he helps us in hardware projects, so to make that feature possible. It's made in Germany, maybe some, because also our customer care is frequently asked about made in Germany. For sure, I have to admit, and I think it's everyone, it's for clear who knows a smartphone is a very complex product, like an automotive, like a car, and a complex product has a complex supply chain. And our supply chain starts in Taiwan because we are using MediaTek chipsets, systems on a chip, and then we have a long supply chain. It goes to the board designer, and then we have the component designer and supplier. So it's a complex supply chain. We have 3 independent supply chains. It has to be also, it's part of our risk management to have more supply chains. They're somehow interwoven, but if some fails, we can continue production, and we are increasing the involvement in hardware specification, development, and design. I will give you also another example of a pure Volla design hardware. So it's not only that we rebrand devices that some people claim in social media. So we are involved from the beginning in the design of the hardware and the firmware. And we have a full availability of the BSP, the so-called board support package. It's more than 50 gigabytes of source code. It's not only the system you can see, it's also the drivers to connect the software with the hardware. And we clean up, we prove and clean up everything. We even clean up the Android open source project, and we replace it with open source components and Volla specific components. We have in-house firmware development. We have no single developer from an external company. All developers are directly hired by us. And also the software is built or it's maintained and built on servers in the European Union, in Germany and Finland, and that are servers under our control. And we use production capabilities for assembly in Bocholt. It's 90 minutes away from here with a car. And we have really the final production here in Remscheid, in another part of the city. Most of us has visited that building last time. We have sometimes final assembly, most the firmware, packaging and sealing for sure. And then we have our fulfillment center in Wuppertal, also next to Remscheid. I also want to announce that we open source the construction of the Vodafone Plinius soon. We couldn't make it for this day, but it will come this month. That we have the CAD file and the definition of the pogo pins to motivate you from the community, and also some accessory vendors or companies to use the pogo pin to bring in their ideas for really attractive and exciting accessory. We have already some ideas what we can do, and one of you I would like to announce today. So this is open source hardware. So we publish the CAD file, the pogo pin definition, and I have already I'm in contact with one of our community who told me he would like to develop something. So a lot of ideas are here, and also companies that are interested to develop. This is a link, but you find it anyway easily at our GitHub. Soon we have again back on stock a totally redesigned Volla stand for the Vodafone X23 and Quintus and Vodafone Plinius. So you can use it to charge the device or connect it with your PC, whatever. So it's one USB slot or connection when you put the device into the stand. We're also preparing something that will be it's in research and development. It's another product I would like to announce today. It's a Volla docking station. And this Volla docking station, it's much more than the Volla stand, and we think it's perfect to allow the convergence use case, to make the convergence use case real. You see here behind, it's connected to another screen with Ubuntu or Ubuntu Touch. So you have your Ubuntu smartphone, put it in there, then you have your keyboard ready and your large screen on your desk, and you can use it easily. You have additional connections for USB, for charging, and we are currently, it's in research, I have to admit, but I'm very optimistic that we can make it, that we have an output direct for wired screen, so you can use it with your smartphone. And it's expected for late fall this year, so it maybe could be a good gift for this Christmas. So, and this is these are design studies. So it's a nice design. So the sizing and depends on the final PCBA that we will have, and we are working on. You can talk with the engineer. He's here. It's Mr. Panyo, and you can talk with him about this. Okay, a lot of things, a lot of messages. Let's see. So we are a little bit over time, 5 minutes. But let me talk a bit about Volla MeshNet. We announced it 2 years ago with the first announcement, and last year with a live demo. And it's an independent radio network with no network provider. Think about a radio network with no network provider. We have all network providers like Deutsche Telekom, Vodafone, whatever. This has no network provider. This MeshNet, it's a radio network that is established by connected devices, and the more devices are connected, the larger is the network. It uses not the IP protocol that you know from internet. So it works even if the internet is down. And so even if there's a blackout and the cellular infrastructure is down, it works. And it uses a secure reticulum meshnet protocol that uses encryption and at its core, so it's encrypted. And we have long range, so you can reach someone that is not in your neighborhood, up to 100 hops. That means if you have a network of connected nodes and your final contact, you want to make a phone call or send data, can be more than 100 hops away. So then it takes the best, so the message takes the best path in that connected network to reach the final destination. And there's some depends on some network quality, but it has a latency of 2 milliseconds per hop. So it's very fast, and it can be used even for audio video conferencing. And we use we can reach this data speed because of frequency aggregation, and also it depends on the power you use for the antennas that you use for this. It's hybrid, that's very important. So if you are outside in a region where you have no internet access, internet is down, but somewhere in the network has internet access, then you can use it as usual, and it can use that internet. And you can, if that internet access is given, then you can use your regular apps you are using in your daily business or life over this VPN. So that's very important. So it's also very good in catastrophe regions. So for B2B, it's a perfect technology. And so we have the Volla cell. You remember some renderings, and also we had it physically here, the Volla cell. And it's now fully redesigned, the Volla cell. Therefore, it took a lot of time to get it done. It has aluminum casing. It has a fleximum antenna. So you decide which power you want to have. You have mounting assembly fixture with screws. You can stack it with a battery. You can put it in a building or in a van, like an ambulance, or you can put it at a machine in your backpack. It's very small. And here it is, the other side of this. And so the good news now for trials for B2B customers, it's available from next month. So if you have a use case in your company, We are talking already about traffic telematics in a large extent. For Austria, we are talking about wind park management. We are talking about catastrophe protection in Germany, but also about emergency cases. You remember blackout in Berlin. You remember the catastrophe, the flood catastrophe, where the infrastructure was down. And in company, if you need resilience, if you would like to protect your organization from cyber attacks, you can use your private secure network, even for Internet of Things, to control machines, to be connected or stay connected with your team. And shipping we expect in fall this year. So this device is almost ready, and it took a lot of time. So we have now to connect the Volla cloud to the reticulum. Very challenging. We have, I can tell you, 2 different approaches that now we have to select with a proof of concept, how to connect the Volla cloud with the reticulum protocol to have also support meshnet only use cases and enable communication in that meshnet. And here you see it has some ports, USB ports. You can connect it in your local area network. So it's part of your maybe corporate network or your home network. You can connect it with your laptop. And then you have this small device in your backpack. We have mobile antennas that we ship bundled for consumers. And so quite easy to set up. And so the features of the Volla cell are that you stay connected in your community, and that is secure and reliable. The range depends also of geography or topography, should say. It's also powerful and mobile, and you connect your smartphones. It's easy to set up with a web interface of that device. You can have USB-C, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Ethernet over USB-C. So you can have a lot of options how to use it at home, on the road, or in your organization, or as I said, in some other use cases like wind park management, machine management in Industry 2.0. I would like to repeat the big picture here, that the 2 essential parts of an ecosystem now comes together. We have devices, we have a distributed cloud for distributed data processing and storage, and now we have the distributed data processing, the infrastructure. So you can run your organization in a network, and if a blackout comes, and this is battery backed, your nodes, and it just works, even if the internet is down for some reason, that can happen, then you can have now the complete secure infrastructure. It's very important. In the public discussion, we always talk about resilience, sometimes with another connotation, but to make our infrastructure safe and reliable is, I think, very crucial to make it safe. You have communication and be safe from cyber attacks. One more thing before I end up. I really hesitated to announce this one more thing today because it's research and development. But I finally decided to do so because it's so important and it's so game-changing that I don't want to share this research and development with all of you. Maybe you can see it's very dark. It's a Volla from Plinius, and there's something else, and you snap it on, and now you know why we prepared the pogo pens. And this is the world's first meshnet phone with the Volla Cell Mini. So the idea is that you snap on this little piece of hardware magnetically on the back end, and then you have a mobile device, meshnet phone, that just works without using the cellular network. It's ultra light radio module to clip on your Vollaphone Plenius Plus. Stay connected even in a blackout or internet shutdown. Create your own private mobile network in your city, in your neighborhood, in your campus. And it's free to use without any subscription fee. It's your network. It's managed by you. No one else can have access to it. It's encrypted. No one can tell you don't, and no one will monitor what you are communicating. So this is your private free network, mobile, resilient, and subscription free. And so this is one close look up how it could look like. And yeah, we plan to start crowdfunding this device in 2026 in this fall. And we will update this landing page meshnet at .volla.online. You can start you can subscribe the notification when we start crowdfunding, then you can be the first one to get an early bird reward package. So that is Volla OS, Volla with Volla OS, Volla Cloud, Volla AI, Ubuntu Touch, Volla Meshnet, Volla Hardware. And thank you very much for your patience. It was a long keynote. And yeah, thank you very much. And it's up to you to ask some questions. Thank you very much. So, are there already some questions? We have in the, yes.
Is everything also for the phone and for the tablet, what you explained? Features and the software? And
everything. So, in the tablet it looks like a little bit different because it's scaled up and sure. All the features of Volla 16 are available for the tablet. And for the tablet, we have additional features even. We have the split screen for more productivity if you work on it. That's all the features are available for this. I now will switch shortly, so you are also. We have in the waiting room for 2 guests that can't travel, and so they are live from video. And let me reshare. No, I needn't reshare the screen. Hopefully our video team can share now on the screen the one who is waiting in the room. It's Mr. Raduta. Hopefully is here. Welcome, Mr. Raduta. He is CTO from BChat, and he will give us a brief overview. It's a very complex topic. He can give us a brief overview over the R&D of the Volla Meshnet by BChat. And hopefully it works now. Hello, welcome to this Volla Community Days. Hopefully we can hear you. This is now.
Testing. Hello.
So I make my microphone off, but if we don't have the then we need this microphone off.
There's some feedback.
So now it's good.
Hello, testing.
Yeah. you are now on my laptop speaker, but hopefully you can. The people can hear you.
Ich habe das Mikrofon ausgemacht, weil ich wieder anmache.
Unsere Regie braucht ein wenig. Und ich habe mein Mikrofon. Ja. Hallo, you can start.
Oh, yes, okay. I listen here a little bit of reverb. Perhaps. Can you guys hear reverb on your end? I still hear stackle.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Okay, I see a thumbs up. It's really cool. I'm still smiling from the announcement of the Volla Cell Mini. That was really cool. It's cool to be here just to attend and to see all the different exciting things. But it's an especial honor to be here and to announce some of the things that we've been working on. So yes, it's a really big honor to be here. Now I'm gonna share my screen now. If that's okay. I'm going to share this screen. I believe you can see the presentation. Yes, all good. So I want to share. I'm very happy that the theme stages on the journey from promise to reality and beyond, because this is really the story of BChat. So if you're here, you probably don't need to be told the problems that we're facing, because especially if you've traveled here, then you know the problems we're facing. So, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page. So communication depends on centralized infrastructure that is not always available, accessible, or secure. So either if infrastructure isn't available, that's obviously a problem. But sometimes, as Dr. Wutze mentioned, sometimes it is available, but you might not want to take part in it, because when we have to depend on centralized infrastructure, that can lead to problems such as surveillance and monopoly as well. Whether it's a system that is taking your data, or whether it's a malicious individual, that creates problems. And then there's as well environmental disasters. The blackout in Berlin was mentioned. Rural areas that maybe it's not a one-off incident, but they just don't have the coverage they need or the resources they need. I remember seeing a quote once of someone talking about how people used to live 200 years ago. And so when you think about disasters, maybe you think about a flood, or even some sort of post-apocalyptic scenario. But someone said what we call the apocalypse, our great grandparents called everyday life. So so to not have to depend on centralized systems, we need to sort of learn to build community and to depend on each other instead of centralized systems. So these problems sort of gave birth to the promise that we're talking about, to the vision that we're all here to discuss today. And the promise is that communications do not have to depend on centralized infrastructure, and that we actually can build resilient community-owned systems. This is what Dr. Wutze mentioned, the Volla MeshNet. This is our vision, a vision of a community that builds its own services. So whether it's through the Volla cloud, hardware devices, phones, and especially I really loved all the quotes at the start, and Dr. Wutze mentioned just the way people live. People depend on phones, and they are giving their mind over to AI, and they're not thinking as much. So it's just a really great vision that community could build, and we can just live in a better way with technology. And it's not a black or white decision of you're either in this system or you have to live completely with no technology at all. So this is who we are. BChat is a team of people. We came together 6 years ago now. This vision was brought together by our CEO, Nicholas Quinn, that there's a better way to live. And some of you may have seen our presentations before. As Dr. Wutze mentioned, the Volla cell and the Volla meshnet has been presented and demoed for the past 2 years now. So I want to talk about uh, following this theme of the journey. So we have this vision of the Volla meshnet phone, of the way community could live, and some of the steps we took along the path um, to get here. So first of all, what is this path? And how do we choose how to pursue this vision? So I want to talk about just a little bit about why we chose mesh networking and reticulum specifically. So I don't want to get too technical. There are much better. We have blogs on our website, and there are videos and very in-depth videos explaining how reticulum works. But just at a very high level, we chose the reticulum algorithm because it's end-to-end encrypted, which uses a fancy thing called elliptic curve cryptography. That's for the math people in the audience. It uses identity-based networking. So instead of MAC addresses, it uses cryptographic identities. So um, uh, it uses security in a much better way that prevents issues that arise with many other mesh systems. And it was also inherently built for scale. It supports over 128 hops. So this doesn't mean, some people mistake this, it doesn't mean the network can only have 128 devices or 128 people. It can have many more than that. It means the amount of times a packet, a piece of data can jump is over 128 times. So this will enable communities to build very large networks and very scalable mesh networks. Now, what we've done, so this reticulum algorithm already existed. So what we've done, it was written in a programming language called Python, and we had to port it to Rust, which enables it to be brought to embedded and low power devices, and also gives a 10x performance improvement. So to really make it usable, um, for the vision that we have with phones and with tablets and with all kinds of connected devices, this was the right move in terms of power consumption. Now, in terms of flexible connectivity, Reticulum is also great because it it works on radio, on Wi-Fi, on Bluetooth. There's actually, again, there's so much technical information. It even works over sonar. So once you have this mesh algorithm in place, it really opens up what can be connected and what can be turned into a mesh node. So all this comes together. It allows the decentralization, the security, and the scalability that aligns with this vision that we talked about. You guys can check out our GitHub. It's open source, and you can get involved, and you can ask there. You can get involved in all the technical conversations there. Now, if reticulum is our foundation, if this is the path that we're going to walk, so to speak, if this is what we're building on, I want to talk a bit about what we've been doing, especially in the last year and in the last couple of years, the stepping stones on our journey, basically, our R&D development and the sort of steps and decisions we made to achieve this vision. So one of the important stepping stones was the firmware and networking aspect of this vision, and is to make decentralized communications practical. As Dr. Wutze mentioned, with the Volla MeshNet, the VPN integration has been a major part of it, and that's to enable familiar applications to work across decentralized networks. One of the big visions for this is, and as we'll see later, I have a little map demo. It's basically the vision of, if you suddenly lose access to the internet, or maybe you live in a place where you don't have access at all, or again, maybe you don't want to have access, you can use decentralized mesh nodes to access the internet. And personally, I was excited to hear about Vivaldi, about that browser. We need more open source browsers and services that care about privacy, and I could see this as a real way for people to access even emergency information. You can access the internet, you can pull data, whether you need some emergency, maybe you're, camping and you need some emergency information. Is this plant poisonous? Or, you need some maintenance information. Anything you can think of, you can pull internet, even if you don't have access directly to the internet over the mesh. HopSync has been another major part. Again, when we're talking about the vision and we're talking about the future, if you think big picture, I can see with more devices being connected and IoT, and I can see drones flying, Amazon drones delivering things, and pizza drones, flying around. The more the spectrum will be congested, the more it will be difficult for alternative open source projects to basically exist, because the centralized big tech world will, I'm sure there will be moves there to make it hard for projects and for visions like ours to even exist. So HopSync will allow frequency hopping to make sure that these networks and these systems that the community builds can actually breathe in the spectrum. And we've also had lots of usability and reliability updates. Too much to mention here, but again, if you follow the GitHub, if you follow our socials, you can see the steps we're taking to actually make sure this is something people can take and start using and start building with, and to make it accessible as possible. Another stepping stone has been the modularity and the hardware modularity of our Volacell system, because while we started with a device, we started seeing more and more that there are ways this can become a platform, basically. So, as Dr. Wutze mentioned, for example, AI. It's AI. Yes, it can take your data and it can track and it can make people dumb if you give over your thinking to it. But there are real ways to use it, and I think Dr. Wutze had a lot of quotes from Francis Bacon and philosophers, and I saw Immanuel Kant there was trying to scan his QR code. So basically, I'm a firm believer that we should push forward with technology and not be retreatist or reactive, and not just react and do the bare minimum possible, but we should be an example for society. There's a better way to live, and you can actually build businesses and systems and all kinds of things, and we should make people want to live this way and to use these products as they learn, hey, actually, big tech doesn't have my best interest in mind, but there's a better way to live. So one example is a video processing module. So again, you can have AI and video processing on board. If you have, again, if the future, I can see legislation happening where, due to environmental factors, maybe for small packets, you can't use delivery vans anymore. Okay, so maybe DHL, UPS, all these services move to drones. So I could see, for example, an open source alternative of drone deliveries. So these are the kinds of things that the Volacell platform will enable people to have startups and ideas, and in a way to build services in the community that are still open source, decentralized, and they respect privacy and enable freedom for people. Other modules include FPGA, which enables higher throughput, and also a PTT module that's push to talk. So again, with the modularity, if you're out hiking or off-grid camping or in an emergency scenario, you can access that. So instead of fumbling with an app, you can connect it to legacy systems, legacy headsets, and you can just access those legacy systems already. So all this work went in to make sure that the Volacell and the bigger Volla MeshNet vision integrates with what already exists. And this interoperability was important for hardware, but also for firmware and software. So again, Mavlink for drones. We have ATAC integration for mapping, location sharing, and coordination, which we see the TAC ecosystem is used for rescue services. It's used for tracking missing children, actually. And I saw some work. It's being used for bomb disposal units, so they can quickly map out an area, fence it off digitally, and the team is aware of the different risks. So Mavlink and ATAC were just two of the plugins that we've been working on to make sure that this Volacell platform can actually integrate with true decentralized services. And we've also been doing a lot of work to enable custom plugins. So I'm very excited to see what developers will develop, and to see how they not only integrate their own services into it, but also the Volacell can remain part of the wider ecosystem. Because again, all of these devices mesh to create this community network. So having said all that, this is where the journey has been leading so far. And Dr. Wutze has shown off the Volla cell. This is the redesigned enclosure. And as Dr. Wutze mentioned, it's modular hardware. And again, you could have it, you could design clips for your clothes. You could design stands, solar panels to put it, to plant nodes on rooftops and public spaces and private spaces. So just to enable the community to build the systems that they need in their area. So this has been the journey so far. We went from just a device to a true platform that can be for people, for communities, and for systems. We have data sheets available and much more information on our website. So just at a quick glance, I just want to talk a bit some of the specs. So the two radios on the board basically offer 4 channels of data. There are 2 sub gigahertz and 2.4 gigahertz radios. There's an onboard computer, and as we discussed, lots of connectors that allow modularity for whatever solutions developers find that are needed for their community. To visualize all this, I just want to talk briefly. I don't know how the colors are coming across, if some people are colorblind. For me, that's a red line in the middle. Sometimes it looks orange. But so the line in the middle is the Volla cell. So as you can see, we have data rate going up and sensitivity going to the right. So on the top left, we have high data rate, but low sensitivity, high-end radios. And on the bottom right there, we have radios that would be more accessible to the community, may be lower cost, but they don't achieve the data rates needed for these real sort of big vision, big picture solutions that that communities need. So this is why we built the Volla cell and have started working towards this Volla MeshNet vision, so that we can truly bridge a gap, and so that the Volla cell can provide basically the usability at sort of extreme ends of the spectrum and bridge that gap. Now, to bring all that together, I want to show off a little demo here. So I'm going to show it off, and then you can also go to plan.bchatnetwork.com. So what I've done is I've made a little fence here of Remscheid, and what you're going to see here, I've put 5 nodes, so 5 nodes of the Volla cell. And this is something now that you can start seeing the big picture. Dr. Wutzer has talked about the Volla cell mini for phones. So right now we're just adding Volla cells, but if you can imagine, so we have here the green line is the connection quality, and as we can see, even though the connection from these points are orange, you have this mesh node, and it bridges that gap. As we can see, depending on the topology, the lines can actually disappear altogether, and as they stretch. So this is a real useful tool. I'm excited for the community to use, and they can start planning. What their community needs. So we can add more Volla cells, and as we can see, we can say, okay, we lose connection altogether. Are we comfortable to just have the node be connected by one line, or do we need to add more nodes? You can experiment with the antenna and the modulation. So you can pick, okay, for these 2 nodes, range is the most important thing, but these guys, they have a good line of sight, so we can actually change the modulation to get less range and more data rate. And as well, in the future, as we expand the Volla MeshNet vision, so not only Volla cells, but Volla cell mini. So you can plan, okay, if my community already has the Volla cells in place, some with solar panels, some are connected, to mains electricity, some to a battery pack, I can just come in with my Volla cell mini on the Volla Planius, and I can walk around, and I know that if I stand in this market, I can connect, and then I am connected to a larger system. And again, for example, if you had this town and you want to connect over here, if we add a node, okay, so as we can see now, there's no connection in this area. We can use sort of big picture thinking and think, well, okay, what about if there's a drone that collects data and flies autonomously with these open source AI and open source video modulation, and it lands, and it allows a whole other town to it can transport data. So this is where the big picture vision is really exciting of open source AI, open source modules, and open source cloud solutions, because you can really build a system and you can really build something that people can take part of and not just emergency sort of backup thing. So we can actually go from being the alternative to actually being something that becomes the mainstream, hopefully. So you can go to planbchat.network. I'll share that link in the chat later, and I hope people try it out, and I'm very curious to see what it looks like for their area. Now, as Dr. Witzer mentioned, the Volla Cloud is a core aspect of achieving this vision. So one of the things that is coming up in the future very soon is that by using our VPN technology, we can use our reticulum identities to be represented as IP networks. So what this means is um, uh, decentralized services can access traditional internet access, and that is again one of the visions for bridging that gap and for making the meshnet and the decentralized vision sort of really come to life and make it very practical for people. So once we have decentralized cloud and decentralized networking, uh, I hope that'll be something that we'll see big adoption. And in the future, as Dr. Wurzer mentioned, we have the Volla Cell, we have the Volla Cell Mini, and there are many other things coming. So this is just a little taste of what we've been working on to build this ecosystem where people can build and live. And yeah, I'm just excited to be part. I'm excited to use it. I'm excited to be a part of it, and I'm excited to see what people come up with. So as final thoughts for discussion, we have these tools, we have these services, software and firmware, but something I've learned in the past year especially is that it's the human aspect that sometimes can be difficult, and convincing people of the importance of this. You know, Dr. Witzer mentioned Edward Snowden, and I mean, every day we see examples of the importance of not depending on big tech and on centralized tech. So my question maybe to think over this weekend is what is needed to bring decentralized communications in your community. If you're planning, if you're using that planner app, where when you're putting those nodes, you realize, oh, this is private property or this is public property. Does your local government, would they support nodes, for example, on street lamps? Can you build a community and put the nodes on people's rooftops? So this is the real practicality of it. So when we say community built and community owned, it sounds good because we can help each other, but it also does mean that we have to depend on each other. So, but hopefully more and more people through stuff like the Volla Community Days can see the importance of it. So I thank you very much. I look forward to any questions. You can reach out to us, any technical, or if you have any questions about any use cases. And we look forward, as Dr. Witzer mentioned, from July and through the fall to roll out Volla Cell trials and to see how people use it. So thank you very much.
Back. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for that someone would like to ask to Mr. Raduta? Hier? Someone? Ah, ich sehe nicht so gut. Sie helfen mir.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
No?
Somebody's saying yes.
Not the right person.
Yeah, hello, test 1, 2. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dr. Witzer.
Yeah, I can do that, but I can also ask you the question. Is there anything you can tell something about the how many people can connect to it? I mean, something about the capacity. I see these routers, but how many phones can simultaneously connect to it?
So, actually, I think that limit remains to be seen. I think it does depend more on how active the nodes are. So the 128 hops limit again is not, it's the limit of how many hops a packet can do. But as far as active nodes, hundreds, maybe thousands. It really depends on how active they are, on the throughput they're putting out, but certainly more than 128.
Hat sonst noch jemand Fragen?
Good. Mr. Raduta, thank you very much for your for being here and for the inspiring presentation. So thank you very much. And I would like to ask Mr. Cameron if he is online to maybe jump in and tell more about Holochain. Thank you very much, Mr. Raduta. I'm looking forward to our joint success. Thanks for making it happen, and greetings to Mr. Quinn and your team.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Cameron, Holochain, are you here? Is he in the room so that he, or Mr. Harris Brown, is he here? Because he announced to say something to us about the R&D of Holochain. While we are waiting, maybe you have some questions for my keynote. Solange wir warten, ist doch Zeit für Fragen. Auch gerne auf Deutsch zu meinem Vortrag. Gibt es da noch Anmerkungen? Sie können auch gerne eine Idee mitbringen. Gleich ist geplant, etwa um 12:30 Uhr, dass wir mit der Pause beginnen. Dann ist vorgesehen 1,5 Stunden, dass Sie sich hier dann die Geräte anschauen. Es gibt ein Catering, Sie können essen, trinken. Hier haben wir einen Sonderverkauf, heute für die Anwesenden 10% auf alle Produkte. Wir haben auch einige refurbished Geräte, die sind 40% günstiger als Neugeräte. Dann kann man da auch ein Schnäppchen machen. Und dann während der Mittagspause können wir dann auch ins Gespräch kommen. Sie können mich ansprechen, Sie können das Team ansprechen, denn dafür sind ja die Community Days, dass wir miteinander sprechen. So the plan is that we have at 12:30 the lunchtime or the meet the team time for 1.5 hours. We have catering outside. You have coffee and drinks. We have the products with a special offer for all people here, 10% discount. We have also some refurbished devices. They have 40% discount compared to new devices. We have some devices you can have your hands on. I have also a Vodafone Plenius Plus with me. Yeah, and so I think we have time to talk. And from 2 p.m. we will have some partner greetings. Let me have a look whether Mr. Cameron is here. Maybe he has missed the link. So maybe we can ask Mr. Cameron or Holochain to join after lunchtime. Ja, gibt es irgendwelche Fragen noch? Ich bin also mit dem... Ja, perfekt.
Ja, hallo, guten Tag. Ich habe folgende Frage, und zwar, Sie sprachen, für mich leider in Englisch, ich habe nicht alles gut verstanden, mit Ihren Entwicklungen von Vodafone sind Sie auch auf Erfolgskurs. Ich benutze die Systeme jetzt seit einem Jahr und bin ganz zufrieden. Trotzdem meine Frage nochmal mit dem Digital Service Act der EU. Ist die Firma Vodafone entwickelt ihre Geräte für diesen extraterrestrischen Akt, sage ich mal, also den Datenschutz, den Apple bietet oder den Android normal bietet, ist ja nicht so gut. sozusagen, dass es außer der Reihe läuft, so ein bisschen, und entspricht es trotzdem, damit es weiter bestehen kann, dem Digital Service Act der USA, der EU. Also hat es damit, ist es konform damit oder sagen, weil ich habe ja mittlerweile schon gehört, dass sich auch viele Firmen jetzt zusammenschließen zu EU-fähigen Dingen, Apps und dergleichen mehr, und spielt da Vodafone mit.
Ja, vielen Dank für die Frage. Erlauben Sie mir dann in Deutsch zu antworten. Vielleicht werde ich das nochmal in Englisch anfügen. So, apologize, I will answer in German and then I will continue with English. Ja, das ist eine sehr interessante, gute Frage. Der Digital Service Act betrifft ja Plattformbetreiber und es gibt Verpflichtungen in unterschiedlicher Ausprägung von kleinen bis hin zu großen Plattformen. Die höchsten Verpflichtungen sind großen Plattformen auferlegt, ich sag mal wie Facebook oder Instagram, die hier Mechanismen einführen, dass Inhalte überprüft und gegebenenfalls auch schnell gelöscht werden müssen. Da gibt es ja das Konzept der Trusted Flagger. Ich weiß nicht, wie man das übersetzen sollte. Mir fällt was Unfreundliches ein. Also es gibt dann privatwirtschaftliche Organisationen, die dann auch die Inhalte prüfen und dann darauf hinweisen, dass sie gelöscht werden sollten. Also es sind recht hohe Auflagen. Deswegen war es mir so wichtig, einen technischen Ansatz zu finden, bei dem wir keine Plattform betreiben. Und deswegen ist es nicht nur technisch sinnvoll, sondern auch aus juristischer Sicht charmant, sage ich jetzt mal, dass wir keine Plattform betreiben, sondern dass wir mit der Volla Cloud Menschen befähigen, direkt miteinander in Beziehung zu treten. Mit anderen Worten, das heißt, wir unterliegen überhaupt gar nicht der Zuständigkeit des Digital Service Acts. Und das, was wir machen, ist legal und wird legal bleiben. Und dann gibt es noch andere Dinge, die an mich herangetragen worden sind, wie zum Beispiel die europäische digitale Identität oder irgendwelche europäische App. Nun, das sind einfach Apps, die kann jemand nutzen oder auch nicht. Leider sind manche Menschen in Europa gezwungen, solche digitalen Identitäts-Apps zu verwenden. Und leider verwenden auch manche dazu die Google Play Integrity. Google Play Integrity ist ein Verfahren, da kann eine App prüfen, also wird automatisch technisch geprüft, ob dieses Gerät von Google zertifiziert ist und Sicherheitsanforderungen, die Google definiert hat, entspricht. Ich halte das für einen Widerspruch, aber da kann man nicht viel machen. Die Sache ist so, wie sie ist. Und wir können auch jetzt nicht zu Banken und zu den Regierungen oder den Regierungsorganisationen hingehen und sagen, macht das nicht, wir finden das blöd. Also hat Volla die Initiative ergriffen für ein Industriekonsortium, und unsere Entwickler haben eine Alternative zu Google Play Integrity entwickelt, das nennt sich Unified Attestation. uattest.net findet man mehr Informationen, das ist sehr technisch, aber es ist einfach nur eine quelloffene Alternative und die dann auch möglich ist für alternative Betriebssysteme wie im Volla OS. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich es schon öffentlich sagen kann. Ich glaube, das ist noch gar nicht raus. Ich kann nur sagen, es gibt einen europäischer Staat, der bereits für uns informell angekündigt hat, dass er auf diese Technologie wechseln wird. Es gibt noch einen weiteren europäischer Staat. Und das heißt, dass wir Unified Attestation reinbringen, sodass diese App, wenn man sie denn nutzen will, dann auch auf alternativen, sicheren Geräten nutzen kann. Betroffen sind derzeit zum Beispiel die Bürger in Dänemark. Da gibt es die Mit-ID-App und die kann nur mit Google Play Integrity verwendet werden. Also das ist vielleicht nur ein Beispiel dafür, dass man, glaube ich, auch ein bisschen was bewegen kann. Und dass wir da nicht auf Konfrontation gehen mit den Regierungen, sondern einen vernünftigen Vorschlag bieten, sodass wir einfach mit unseren alternativen Betriebssystemen und Geräten weiterhin juristisch auf der sicheren Seite und in Kooperation mit anderen dann koexistieren können. So maybe of English, it was a long story. So it was asked how we are related to the Digital Service Act or maybe others, the US Cloud Act and so on. But we are under the European law if we sell devices in the European Union. So I think the smart solution is also another aspect of the Volla cloud is that we don't run a platform at all. So we are outside of the, how do you say it in English, responsibility or of that Digital Service Act, because the Digital Service Act also has some regulation for platform drivers that are offering services in a computer center. But we don't and we won't, to protect ourselves and to protect the users, because we just enable people to connect to each other, like you meet in a park on a bench to talk to each other. It's just, it's the same. So we are not running and we are outside of the Digital Service Act. And we have some other, we have some other things like the Google Play integrity that is used by some app, unfortunately. Not by Commerzbank, so they have a good app, and some other German banks, they are rarely use the Google Play integrity. Also not the German Ausweis app, Personalausweis app, but some countries are doing that, and we founded an industry consortium in Europe with some other companies like us, and I can announce that one country in Europe will switch to will support unified attestation in addition, and even another country announced its interest. And we have good relationships on the political level. So this is also a motivation to all of us and the people that are listening. I think we can what we are doing could really have an impact if we come with smart solutions. If we are confrontative and say, don't use Google Play integrity, it's nonsense, I think that's not successful. So we offered a free open source alternative with a federated approach. Tomorrow in the workshop you can learn more. Thank you very much. Any other question? So if not, we are almost in the time. So, and now it's time to relax a bit again. You have heard a lot of information. You need to sort it out in your mind. I'm pretty sure. I'm happy that this was recorded so that the live stream will be available later in our YouTube channel. Thank you everyone who is following us in the YouTube chat. So if you wasn't able to ask your question, you have the chance to ask it after the lunchtime. So we collect your questions. We are happy to do so. And now I would like to introduce the lunchtime and the team time with a small music act again for your inspiration and relaxation. And I welcome Mrs. Funk and Mrs. Rusko. Are they here? Ah, okay. So one, she would. Okay, so she's in the traffic because the German railway is not the best network. Maybe we find an open source distributed network for the German railway. So let's start with the lunchtime then, and for the beginning of the next part, we have then some music. Thank you very much for your attention, and now good talks and enjoy the catering. Thank you very much. See you.
sagt ja schon, ich bin ja einfach out hier. Schau mal, ob ich jetzt rauskomme. Kannst du mich hören? Hallo? Hallo? Hallo, hallo? Hier bin ich. Hallo, hallo? Eins, 2, 3. Eins, 2, 3. Eins, 2, 3. Eins, 2, 3. Test, 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 Test. Test, 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 Test. Test, 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 Test. Eins, 2, 3. Eins, 2, 3.
ist eben schon angekündigt vor Funk und vor Roscoe, richtig? Roski, gut. Und spielen ein bisschen was, bringen uns nochmal wieder zurück. Ein bisschen Konzentration und ich denke auch Inspiration durch Musik. Vielen Dank, dass Sie heute gekommen sind und dann können Sie anfangen und schauen wir mal. Wunderbar. Vielen Dank für für die Inspiration und für die Muse, die wir hatten. Und ja, so ein bisschen als Dankeschön, vielen Dank. Und dann vielen Dank. So, großartig. Ich denke, es ist alles, das Nicht-Technische ist ja alles viel wichtiger und ich denke, das holt uns wieder zurück zu dem, was wirklich zählt. Und thank you very much that you come back. And I think it's good to be inspired by the music and to, be welcome.
Can you also see me?
Yes, I can see you.
Yeah. I want to thank you very such interesting presentations and great news. We are quite new to the Volla community, but we have started to sell Volla in Norway, and we Libratech is the new distributor for Volla in Norway, and we have also connected to a guarantee and repair center to be able to sell to the professional part of the market, which was demanding such a solution in Norway. So we very much look forward to work further on with Volla. I look forward to Volla OS 16 and the AI functionality in the camera and all the good news that you were presenting earlier today. So this is I can maybe just move the PC. This is from Mr. Kolderup, who is in charge for the repair center and the technicians in Norway. And I can just walk a little bit around. If you are able to, this is the.
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah. So Volla is quite visible in the shop also now. So we look forward to further on with you and wish you the rest of the community days. Next year, I promise to be with you from Ramside. It was unfortunately a little bit difficult for me this year because of personal reasons, but next year it's booked in my calendar. So thanks a lot for a great event and the best of luck with tomorrow and the rest of today.
Thank you very much and give Libratech another applause. Dann gehen wir ein bisschen weiter nach Süden, to Germany. And we have the CEO of Tutau here. Is she online? Mrs. Bosakov?
Ja, hallo. Ich muss hier gerade noch die Technik. Jetzt.
Hallo.
Aus Mainz derzeit. Deutsch oder Englisch? Für mich ist beides gut.
Wie Sie möchten. Wir haben viele englischsprachige.
Because usually Germans speak English as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Wurzer, for inviting us today to this meeting. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it because it's the weekend and the kids need me as well. But yeah, I wanted to say and Volla are working together for more than a year, I think, and it is a great partnership because alternatives. Otherwise, we end up, being in having the same problem just all over again with European companies. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And in each retail Box from Volla phones, we have a voucher code for Tutamail to get a discount to use secure mail. Thank you very much for being here, and I'm looking forward to joint success.
Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you very much. So we have someone else. Let's go further to the south, to Switzerland. And here we have the YNC Virtual Network Consult. Mr. Rodler, you are online.
Yeah, great to be. Unfortunately, not in person in Remscheid, but at least remotely. Mr. Wurzel, thank you. It's the second time you invited me to your Vodafone Community Days. The second time I couldn't make it personally. I regret it, but it's great to be at least via video. So what are we doing? A real Microsoft 365 some time ago. I think it's 12 years ago. And yeah, I had to add functionality that currently a lot of requests from government, national governments, who are afraid that our friend in the United States and the people behind him might interfere with our sovereignty in Europe, also in Switzerland. So it's a hot topic right now, the issue of digital sovereignty. I mean, the definition a little bit different in my eyes than but at least there's some movement to protect data, to guarantee more privacy. The people from espionage, not sure how they handle their own governments. And so we are there with open source based products. We are also there with a lot of AI embedded. And I think that's what I would like to talk about a little bit, the AI journey we see coming, we see in the future. And this is a good fit also with Vodafone, of course, because I mean, we have to think from server to edge. So we cover laptops, and with the help of Vodafone, we can also cover phones. And I'm sure the phones in the future will be more and more capable running AI processes locally, as the laptops and desktops are doing it already. We work closely with Intel since 1.5, 2 years on local AI PC strategies. And I think Vodafone will be the next to support more and more processes locally. And this is in the end a requirement for real privacy. So where is AI heading? As I said, we have this huge suite operation. So, you know, this chat and group share and everything from M365 and other players. And what we decided month ago, not to just embed into the product, which is of course necessary, required, and we did it already 1.5 years ago, heading toward not only Gen AI, and even further orchestrated agent swarms or agentic. And we just embedded it's called Paperclip. It's a real orchestration. So you can select between in a given use case, and you just start swarms of agents working and working and working. And of course, if you talk about sovereignty, the language models you should use are, of course, on the one side on your corporate or government server, even better on your local machine. What with today's Core Ultra Lunar Lake processor that Intel is offering, or the MacBook M5, even Pro, not even Max, what you can do with the current performance and power. On the other side, there are plenty of language models. I'm a big fan, I have to admit, of the Chinese models, the open source Chinese models. They're doing a fantastic job. I was excited 2 days ago to see Fable 5 Entropic coming to the market. I woke up at 6 and started using it, really fantastic. And just 1 or 2 days later, Kimi 2.7 came to the market. And our next plan is to run Kimi 2.7, then used locally in a data center with our own GPUs and CPUs. And I think this is a game changer, Because if I look at our software development, I have to admit, productivity has increased 100x without exaggeration, 100x. So we were more than 100 people, now we are 20. Just for development, of course. Services still, but who knows how long. So, well, that's where we're heading. AI orchestration, orchestrating agentic swarms, privately managed. And that's the touch point again with Vodafone, because I mean, what you're doing is great. The privacy security concerns you have are correct. So, and bright future.
Thank you very much for your greeting. And I'm looking forward to join success.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have another greeting from Switzerland, but that is pre-recorded. It's another retailer, and I will just start the video.
Hiermit habe ich die Entschuldigung für mein perfektes Flugzeug bereits abgegeben und es freut mich, dass ich ein paar Worte an Sie weitergeben darf. Wir sind eine kleine Firma in Schönberg zwischen Aarau und Olten und Rotterdam zwischen Zürich und Bern. Die Firma wurde vor 42 Jahren in dieser Zeit wurde dann eine Abteilung umgetauft, was das heißt, gegründet und 1999 wurde dann die GmbH daraus. Seit 1999 bin ich dabei und wir beraten Sie gerne über alles rund um IT. Das heißt, wir verkaufen auch Notebooks für Privatpersonen oder Netzwerke und Server für kleine Firmen, Webdesign, Cloud-Lösungen und natürlich seit 5 Jahren auch die Volla-Geräte. Es freut uns, dass wir Teil dieser Volla-Community sein dürfen und es würde mich umso mehr freuen, Sie auch bei uns mal begrüßen zu dürfen. Ich wünsche Ihnen weiterhin viel Spaß und einen schönen Nachmittag.
Okay, that's our partner in Switzerland. So you see that we have a lively community. Okay, so is someone else still waiting? I'm sorry, I have it not in mind for the partner greetings. We have on site here Mr. Lamas. Mr. Lamas is the CEO of Your Data Network, and he also, we are collaborating with him with very exciting products. I'm not sure whether he will unveil the recent achievements. So many exciting things are going in the background. So welcome, and you can do your partner greeting.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do it in English because my German is terrible. I think I have to come over a little bit more to um das zu üben. My name is Robert-Jan Lamers, the owner of a Dutch company called Your Data Network. A little bit of history is that approximately 10 years ago there was a group of people that stood on the birth of the internet as we know it. They started a new company, they came together and they saw how the internet was evolving. And these people, one of them built the first data center in Europe. They helped building the cloud software as we know it. They used to have Yahoo as their customer, so they're from the early days of the internet. And they came together when the blockchain technology was born. And they wondered if there was a way to give the internet back to the people. They already saw that time, 10 years ago, what we are seeing now these days is that the internet is really being owned by just a few large companies and not by people like you and me anymore. So their question was, how do we build a people's internet? How do we give the internet back to the people? And they came up with what is now called DePIN, Decentralized Internet Infrastructure. So they came up with a method of converting servers into what they call nodes. And all these nodes are interconnected with their own network. So basically you have a worldwide, let's call it a huge worldwide data center that you and me can be owners of. So all of our customers, we partnered with them about 5 years ago as a company, and we develop these nodes, we sell them together with the Volla phone Quintus that we are calling the own phone. We have our own version of the Volla OS. Because we're going away a little bit from the holochain solution, we're going to the decentralized internet solution. We currently use Nextcloud as one of the open source options. So we bring business owners mostly these days completely away from everything that is big tech to using Linux hardware, using an own phone, and using the decentralized internet for their storage. So that's what we've been doing, and working together with Volla for a few years already, and looking for a very bright future. I think what you're aiming for is one of the things that this partner that we are working with that developed this decentralized internet is a new protocol, a new language, if you will, called Mycelium. Mycelium it looks a lot like what I see here on the mesh network now. You're able to communicate from peer to peer, looking for a shortest route, end-to-end encrypted. It just uses the TCP/IP protocol. So I think we have some very interesting developments ahead. And we have now mutually, together with Volla, looking into building in this Mycelium protocol into the operating system of our own phone, so it becomes a native part of the phone. So I hope definitely next year when I'm standing here, that will be operational, but hopefully already in the next few weeks. So thank you very much, and enjoy the next few days.
Thank you very much. Thanks. That's awesome. So many things are happening, and it's so motivating what we can achieve with a collaboration and a community approach. Probably there's a Romanian reseller who would like to introduce it. It was a short-term plan. Is he in the? Is he waiting for our partner greeting? Yeah.
Yes. Hello.
Oh, yeah. Hello. That's good. So, hello. Yeah, you're welcome.
Excellent.
To give some greetings.
My pleasure. Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to make a short presentation and then let people ask the questions. So yes, I am from Romania. I have been a big fan of Linux since childhood. I'm a big fan of open source and these new ideals about limiting the power of big tech and trying to build up European sovereignty. I built a web store called pingteam.ro, which is especially built, one moment, for a particular purpose. So it's running completely on-premise. So we have built our own small kind of, we call it a tech room, a technical room, kind of like a small data center. We have solar panels which can power the servers and kind of reduce the power bill. Also, we take electricity from the grid. We have our own location, our own server, so it's all fully on-premise. There is no cloud, no US big tech. All of the software involved is completely open source. So operating system, software, everything. And even our own email server, actual hardware and actual Linux, Debian Linux, very democratic, very open source. And the idea of pingteam.ro is to become a reseller and sell Volla products to Romania, to introduce Volla to Romania. I've noticed many people don't know in Romania yet about the existence of Volla as a company and about the reboot the phone from operating system because it's the operating system because it's de-Googled. And I also telemetry and people spying over the phone, it's been reduced. So we sell Volla devices to Romania. And I've already built the website. I'm now in contact to see about how we can transfer orders and payments because I want to use drop shipment to get the devices from your distributor for every order. And I am very, very glad to be here. I am very glad to be invited. This is my full presentation. Otherwise, please ask any questions.
Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to our joint success. We have also internally a relationship to Romania. 3 of our designers are Romanian people. So hello at this. I use the opportunity to greet Mr. Mora and Mr. Silviu and Mrs. Zirbu. Mrs. Zirbu is my Jonathan Ive. She is the one who developed the user interface and some design of the casing for the Volla devices. So hello to Romania. And do you have anyone questions to the new to the people here that are doing the partner greeting and that are mainly still online or in the room? No, not yet? Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. I am looking forward to joint success and to bring Volla to the people in Romania. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, did I miss anyone else from the partner greetings? Yeah. This is one even on-site, and I think we have a pretty good message for the user, the rest of us, the people that are not nerds. And so I'm very happy that you are here. And yeah, please introduce yourself.
I have a presentation. Should I connect it to the...
Yes.
Or I have it on my USB.
I can also show it right here if you have a USB. Or did you have the access for the Zoom?
No, I'm not sure.
Not. Then give me your USB stick.
Yeah.
It must be USB-C.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Adapter. So let's have a look. I don't have Microsoft PowerPoint here on my device.
I have it in a PDF.
That's perfect. Okay, let's go to, it's here, and let's call it here.
That looks good, yeah.
That's good. Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, hello all together. Thank you for inviting us to this event. We are very happy to be here and to learn the most new development of Volla from first hand. And well, who am I? I'm Yuri Olari from Olari IT. We are an IT engineer agency in area of Berlin, Brandenburg in Germany. And what we do, we support individuals and businesses with consulting and implementation of data protection, data security. And our goal is to contribute to German digital sovereignty. So what we do for community, we offer, for example, an alternative checker, a tool, and also we conduct workshops, or we create workshops and develop it and conduct them. And recently, a month ago, we conducted a workshop at the Republica. It's one of the biggest conference in Europe of digital society. Our workshop, we called it Turning Off the Data Tap, and we show how, or here is how. And in the preparation to this workshop, we collaborate with Volla to better understand how Volla OS protects data, and so they also provided us with the hardware for the workshop. That was a very good workshop where many people came and were interested in this topic. So that's it with my presentation. We're again happy to have partnership with Volla, and we'll look forward in the future. Thank you very much.
Yes, so, and we are, kann ich raus, oops. First part and the second part also. Okay, and your device. Yeah, so, and I think we can say that we are discussing that we want to offer basic or fundamental workshops how to use a smartphone with Android, with Volla OS in particular, because our customer care frequently tells us that people have questions how to set up the device, how to install an app, what is a VPN, so all that kind of stuff. It's pretty new for many consumers, and I think it's time to offer not only one time workshops for people to how they can use their smartphone in general and how they can protect their privacy. And I'm very looking forward to that discussion, what offering we can bring to the community. And as you know, we have also the so-called Volla bar. We can't call it Genius bar. So, and our customer care reports to me that many people come also to us in Remscheid. They need help to set up their device or just to how to enter the SIM card, some simple things. So I think it's time to offer more convenience and more ways how to learn to use a smartphone. Yeah, thanks very much for all the partner greetings. I think this, if there's anyone in the waiting list, then he say, here I am. Otherwise, I would say we come to the next part of the Volla Community Day, and this is about Ubuntu Touch. There's a question? Yeah, exactly. Therefore, I said here. So I welcome Mr. Pham from Eclipse Foundation. Is that correct?
From Huawei.
Huawei, yeah, Huawei. Because maybe you have, if you have attended the last Volla Community Days, you have learned that we are working on Oniro, collaborating on bringing Oniro on our devices. And I'm very happy that Mr. Pham is so kind and gives us an update about research and development. Thank you very much. Can I give you the microphone?
Can I connect my presentation or?
Do you have the link?
I can share my USB.
Okay. Maybe that's the best way, or the shortest way. Do you have USB-C?
No, sorry.
What? We are community. We have someone with an adapter. Apple only has USB-C. This is... No, is that... It's not a... It's a...
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so... Power was required. Okay. Security gateway. And here it is. It's... Yeah, it's... Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wurzer. It's great to be back here at the Volla Community Days. It's my third year, actually. So, for those that don't know who I am, I'm Francesco. I'm the project lead of the Oniro project, and also I work for Huawei. And today I want to talk about what is Oniro and our recent progress in porting Oniro into Volla devices, and yeah, what Oniro is in general and what it brings to the table. Oniro, first of all, I would like to recap what Oniro is. It's an open source operating system. It is first of all, not a fork of Android, and it started as a bit of history. It started in 2020 as a project called Open Harmony, developed in China. It is launched in 2020 as a co-donation from Huawei to the open source community under the Open Atom Foundation, and that is also the open upstream of Harmony OS that Huawei uses in Huawei commercial devices. So, but since then, the open source project has expanded a lot. Huawei is just the main contributor. There are actually hundreds of companies in the Chinese community that is contributing to the project. And Oniro wants to bring that into the European and global community under the Eclipse Foundation. So it's vendor neutral because the foundation owns the project, which is not driven by any specific vendor. And we share the same technology with Open Harmony, but under the European governance. So there's a dual foundation model between the Open Atom Foundation in China and the European Foundation Eclipse. And so this brings both a production-ready technology and the community that is worldwide. So you might already know, you might already run actually other kind of operating system like Ubuntu Touch or Droidian or Selfish. So what does Oniro bring additionally to this? You might ask. So first of all, it's an operating system that is designed to span across different devices, from the mini system for embedded devices running on MCUs, to small system running on wearables, for example, or cameras, to the standard system that we are focusing on here, which is phones and tablets. And the main advantage of this platform is that it is distributed at the core. It allows devices to discover each other and act together as one super device. And the application model is modern. It is a declarative UI called ArcUI, similarly to Flutter or Swift. And is also a capability-based security model. So each application only requires those permissions that it actually needs. And it is an operating system that is built specifically for each target of devices. So it's not a desktop Linux operating system fitted onto different kind of devices. Each target has it's optimized for that platform. So here's a bit of comparison between this operating system. It has ArcUI declarative UI. It has application packages called Hub package, and it also allows for cross-platform application framework like a React Native or Capacitor. So we are trying to expand the application ecosystem through these frameworks as well. And of course, this cross-platform capabilities that allows device to discover each other. That is, I will explain in a bit. And the community is open, is under Eclipse and Open Atom governance, and it's fully open. And there's also a large community under the project. There's more than 13,000 contributors, and of course a major vendor research R&D contributing to the project. But this is mainly for, in the Chinese community. We want to bring that also to the European community as well. As I mentioned, there's different capabilities that allows for the operating system to be intelligently interoperable. They can discover each other through the softbus. The data can follow you between your devices, and you can, for example, start an application on another device through remote app invocation, and devices can act together as one device, as one super device. For example, you might start reading something from on a tablet, but you want to continue that on another device, or you want to access your phone's camera from another, from a tablet, for example. So use cases like this. And here you can see in the picture an example of a demo, a dev board and a phone sharing music sessions together and synchronizing. And this part is a bit more for the developers. The kernel that it runs is it has multi-kernel capability. On the mini and small system, it can run LightOS, which is kernel, which is a microkernel that runs on small embedded devices. And for the more powerful system like these phones, we have the Linux kernel, which is based on the LTS version 5.10 or 6.6 with some OpenHarmony patches on top. So it's not vanilla mainline. It is based on the LTS branch with some additional patches like binder, asynchronous shared memory, or HDF, and access token for security. And there's also an HDF driver foundation that allows for the same driver model to run across different device types. And so to have this abstraction between the kernel and the framework above. So there are three roads that we like to distinguish for bringing Oniro or OpenHarmony to a phone. The first road is the open path, which is the open BSP, which is the same road that, for example, it's the open road, which is using mainline Linux, and for example, open drivers like Mesa and also Audio. It's the same path that, for example, Postmarket OS is doing, and we have that also running on some devices like the OnePlus phone, which is supported by the community. The second road is to have an OpenHarmony BSP with full support, first-party support by the manufacturer that can provide drivers that are built for OpenHarmony and linked to Masolipsy. And this is how most of the products in the Chinese market is providing support for OpenHarmony. There are more than 1,800 products already doing this, including boards and IoT devices and more powerful devices. The third road is how we ported Oniro onto Volla devices is through liphybris, which acts as a translation layer between the platform and the hardware, which is so it allows us to use those Android BSP layer, which contains binary blobs that we cannot directly use because they are linked for the Android system. So we use liphybris to talk to the hardware using the same Halium approach that Ubuntu Touch or Droidian or Zerofish use. So this is the recent news that we have. We have Oniro running on the Volla X23 and the Volla tablet through the third approach. And we have working boot of the system through the Halium approach with GPU acceleration and other system components working. The system is running, is booting natively as a process ID 1. So basically, we use the same Halium boot image, which boots directly into the OpenHarmony init system, and running also the Halium container in a guest space. So with this way, the Oniro platform can talk directly to the hardware through those through this container. So what is working right now? We have graphical support, we have touch screen, audio, Wi-Fi, power management, like suspend battery management and power key, and also a USB working with developer tooling directly accessing to the shell of the system. We are still working on the cellular and camera and the Bluetooth support. So it's still a proof of concept at the moment. We still have work to do, and we have been showing this on in different conferences. So our goal is to show also the European community that we have this option, and making the community aware of this platform as well, and the opportunities that it brings. Of course, applications is important for the adoption of the platform, and here's some different ways that we are trying to expand the application ecosystem. The most, let's say, supported way of bringing application into the platform is to write application in ArcTS. There are already an expanding ecosystem of application that are writing in ArcTS this way, including popular applications that we recently ported, like VLC and Telegram and others. And the second way is to bring cross-platform frameworks to allow developers to reuse those applications and port it into our platform without too much effort. And that includes React Native, Capacitor, and Tauri. We're also researching on bringing Flutter and Kotlin multi-platform into the platform, but that is still under research. So potentially you can bring thousands of existing applications without too much effort. So here's how we are bringing the expanding application ecosystem, because at the moment it mainly covers the China region, but we want to bring that globally as well through those bridges that I just mentioned. We also are providing English first documentation, command line tooling, and we also are discussing and a bit about the distribution of these applications. We have a proof of concept of Oniro App Store, but that is still a proof of concept at the moment. So where does this go next? We, of course, have to continue our porting, have cellular and camera support, Bluetooth, etc. But we want to also bring Oniro onto other Volla devices, Volla models, and yeah, more upstreaming of our work through libhybris. And how you can participate to this. If you are just a user, you can just try Oniro on your Volla devices. Tell us what are the issues. If you are a hardware porter, you can try to bring Oniro onto your devices, either through the libhybris approach or the mainline approach. And if you're an application developer, you can bring your application through these cross-platform frameworks. And we want also to cooperate with the device makers on adapting Oniro on your devices. So it's a fully open operating system, and you have the huge device ecosystem that is starting to expand beyond China. So all of this is available in our repositories and documentation. You can talk to me here or find me on LinkedIn as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Some questions? So, yeah.
very interesting. And the question which pops up in my mind is, why should I change, or what is the usual user? Why should I change to Oniro? What could it bring me? Or
of course, the Volla community has different options. As I said, you have Ubuntu Touch, you have Volla OS, and so you rightfully ask what Oniro brings to the table next to these options. As I said, the main advantage of this platform is that it's designed to span across different device classes, and all these devices can interact with each other through this distributed framework. And so basically all devices can act as a single device, and you can have use cases like deploying your application onto another, continue smoothly your interaction between these devices.
I can say that we carefully evaluate innovations like Oniro. Oniro is the European fork of OpenHarmony, right? And it's managed by the Eclipse Foundation, correct? Yeah. And for me, it's so exciting because that this operating system is a universal one. This is also my vision. Maybe you remember one of my slides of the big picture. I called it a universal operating system for each category of devices, not only for a smartphone, but also for other use cases where you need other accessory. And therefore, I also very like the huge potential of Oniro, and the attractiveness is because in its core, it considers that devices are connected to share tasks on a low computation tasks. And this, I think, could have a huge potential. If you look at the European patent, you find one of the original patent of Volla and some vision that we addressed and described here that requires this connected devices. So I think it has a huge potential, and we are discussing behind the scenes with Huawei and also with the Eclipse Foundation what we could do, maybe a developer device, and this is a very lively discussion. Hopefully you use the time here to talk with the engineers because we discussed back and forth mainline Linux kernel and non-mainline Linux kernel. So I think it's an exciting discussion that can inspire the opportunity, the community, and also gives us further opportunities for future devices and ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have the block. So I think we now go to the content block about UB ports, Ubuntu Touch. I'm very happy that the UB Ports Foundation is on site and we get an overview what's coming up. But before we have that your presentation, let's start with some practical things. We have heard about a lot of concepts, a lot of announcements. So hopefully our developer, Mr. Hamam Jian, is now online. Hello to Thailand.
Hello, greetings everyone. Can you hear me well? Do you see?
Yeah, I can hear you well. And also, you will now present us the achievements of Ubuntu Touch, in particular concerning convergence. And I think Mr. Kettenen is here in the room. He also prepared, hopefully, one Volla tablet, so you can have also your hands on that achievements that are prepared and will come for everyone who is using Ubuntu Touch. So, Mr. Kettenen has prepared here a Volla tablet. You can have a look at it. You can hands-on. So, Mr. Hamam Jian, you can start with your presentation. Thanks very much for your time. No, black.
Okay. Give me just one moment, I think.
I think you see me now better. So, guten Tag alles, greeting everyone. I'm Mr. Alexander Hamamjian, developer at Volla since 2 years now, and I say hello to everyone from Thailand, which is pretty far from Germany right now. This is my place to live, and everything is great under the tropics and the sun. So today I'm happy to participate remotely to this year Vola Community Days. And I also hope that you are all delighted to see what we are doing over at Vola. First and foremost, I would like to introduce myself more formally. My name is Alexander Hamamjian, as I said before. I have been working with Vola for the past 2 years now, and specifically on Ubuntu Touch. And I must say that my time so far has been really great. It has been a wonderful experience with Dr. Voser, who I really want to thank for giving me this opportunity to work for a company that is evolving pretty rapidly with many important things being done there. And I would also like to thank all my colleagues for making such a good work environment. I'm truly thankful that I'm able to work in such good conditions. Today, I'm really excited that I can present to you a project that we have been working for more than a year now on Vola. It's a big project on Ubuntu Touch. It's basically reconstructed under the layer underneath the surface that we all use. So, as you may or may not know, Ubuntu Touch currently has a limited subset of applications that are being able to run due to technical limitation that I will not explain now. I don't think it's necessary to go too much in depth. So at Vola, we have been working on improving the situation and letting Ubuntu Touch as a full ecosystem under the convergence use case to be able to use desktop application. What I mean by a desktop application is general Linux application that we can use on a desktop computer on a regular operating system, and more to come, possibly Windows application. But basically, our goal is to have all possible application able to run on our desktop, on our, sorry, not desktop, our devices. Under a full cycle, I will present you a short demonstration, a subset of application that are able to run as of today. And I will resume afterwards the feature set and everything. I just would like to confirm that you are able to see the tablet very well. I'm sorry for the lightnings. I'm not in a professional setup for live streaming. I wish I had the equipment available for this, but otherwise, you should see a subset of applications. So here is the infamous GIMP, G-I-M-P, a photo and edition tool that is praised and used by many. I'm just showcasing a few demonstration, a few subset of what this tablet is able to do. So this is just a high resolution picture being shown in one of the favorite Linux editors right now available in the market. Next, we will have the Inkscape application showing a great, again, another asset. GIMP and GIMP and Inkscape are two of the most notable applications for photo edition on Linux desktop. This is why I deemed good to showcase those applications. So upcoming next, I'm really excited about this since I myself like to work on this is OpenSCAD. It's a rendering being done in OpenSCAD. It's a CAD tool used for designing mechanical design and engineering in general. I'm very excited. I do 3D printing a lot in my personal time and also part in my projects. And I'm very excited to be able to run on a tablet, on a Volla tablet, on ARM devices running Ubuntu Touch CAD tools. I think this is a real breakthrough here. Next up, if you don't mind, just the scaling. The demo effect, I like to call it. This is LibreOffice PCB. This is a PCB design. Finally. Okay. Sorry, one moment. Perfect. Sorry, the LibrePCB just didn't went through, but I can open it again afterward just to showcase what can be done. Here is a small presentation of LibreOffice. Again, this is running natively. It is not an application specifically made for Ubuntu Touch or anything of that sort. It's a native app running here. And as you can see, this is a short description of the presentation. One device in your head or on your desk, tap on the keyboard, connect the screen, convergence use case. And here you can find LibrePCB, sorry, a schematic being opened. That was very short. This is an automated presentation. So things was slightly unlike being used worldwide for students at university for note taking. Oh, and I can see that my connection is unstable. And this is another breakthrough for younger generations who are currently undergoing their study, that they will soon be able to take their notes on their Volla devices and other Ubuntu Touch devices who may allow this. And here is another exciting application that all developers like to use. I choose for this one Visual Studio Code, which is a terminal, sorry, not terminal, an IDE, powerhouse of an IDE running on the tablet. Here again, you can just snap the Volla keyboard and then you can code on the go. This is particularly difficult on Android to set up a local and native Visual Studio Code or any idea of that sort. So I'm also happy again that I will be able to do part of my work on the go if I need to. And here is Obsidian. It's an application for Markdown, and I'm happy to see that there is a very nice presentation of what has been showcased today. It uses Markdown to render any text, images, and any content for any presentation like this one. So this is pretty useful. I use it also. I use most of the apps I'm showcasing here now. I have used personally, or I'm using them on the daily. This is Homebake, just an application to track your expenses and track your daily budget. Once again, this was particularly difficult to run any of those applications, either on Android or any other system that would be locked, or even ARM devices. This is, I think, the beginning of a great story for both Ubuntu Touch and ARM. ARM has been in the development for quite a few years for now, but it's still developing, I think, less mature than the regular desktop. Here is a well-known music player, Strawberry. It's particularly efficient, and I really enjoy to listen my music on this. I personally am music enjoyer, music enjoyer, being the son of a musician as well. I'm very happy to be able to listen to my tracks on the tablet as well with good musical equipment. But today I choose a wireless headset. Maybe not the best for a true audiophile experience. And for now, that's about it for the desktop application. I think this is a subset of what this project is aiming to do. We are trying to open the Ubuntu Touch ecosystem, and for that, we have been lifting mountains to be able to present you today just a few applications running. I cannot fathom how difficult it is to completely recreate, rewire a full graphical stack from bottom up. It's a job that has been daunted tasks and that has required many developers to participate. I also want to thank the UbiPort Foundation also, who has been very kind to accept me. It's not always easy to be part of a new community, start a new job, enter a new development cycle. And I must say that I've been welcomed pretty well by the UbiPort Foundation and its members. So lastly, I would like for today to tell you that there is much more to come at Volla and on Ubuntu Touch. I think Ubuntu Touch is beginning a renewal, a new development cycle after it's being took over by UbiPort Foundation. And I hope that this short demonstration will push you to use more Ubuntu Touch on our devices in the future. We will also make a proper announcement when everything will be fully integrated into Ubuntu Touch. But one last thing before I let everybody go, I would like to showcase also two amazing features that I've been working on. I'm sorry if you are not able to see everything very clearly. This is a limitation of my equipment. But I have been working also on a battery saving feature for Ubuntu Touch. And here it is. First line, the battery saver toggle on off. 3 different options to disable 5G networking, reduce screen brightness by 10%, and turn off the screen after 30 seconds. All of these options are able to be toggled, so you can disable those options if you want. And the most exciting thing that I wanted to showcase today is the CPU profile, which I think is a must-have on modern day operating system. So here you can choose fine-tune profile that I have personally crafted for each of our devices, each of our Volla devices. This is still a work in progress, but the integration is already being shared to the UbiPorts Foundation GitLab. And I'm currently undergoing discussion to have this integrating. And the very last thing I would like also to showcase here, which is also a power and efficiency feature, which I have at heart in my journey as a developer. I'm looking forward to improve the efficiency of the devices I use and I work with. This is a battery charge limiter, a feature also that is a cutting edge feature, I would say. We have different profile, 95%, 90%, 85, 80, or disable, which means full charge cycle. So that's it for my presentation. I'm really delighted that I've been able to present this today to you, to the people who are involved, to the people who are watching us using our devices. And I really, really, really am thankful from the bottom of my heart for all this journey that I've been keeping both personally and here at Volla. And I would like to thank everyone who has been involved, both in the development of Volla, in hard development, which is coding, or any support, and to all the users and to all the people who are participating in this very amazing journey that is ours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I want to highlight what that means, what was shown. By the way, it was originally shown on the Volla tablet, the device that you can see over there. So it was on a mobile device with a mobile operating system. But the intention is that you can use for the convergence use case, for your creativity, productivity, just regular Linux applications. It's not only this LibreOffice, it's also, as shown, some more the CAD programs or really applications for your productivity and creativity. And saving energy, that was also an initiative of Mr. Hamamjian. I think it's very important and makes a difference in the daily use of your Ubuntu Touch if you have your mobile device with you. Are there any questions to Mr. Hamamjian, maybe? Not. So you will see this, I think, real big step forwards that completes the whole promise and concept of convergence. That is, I think, one main USP of Ubuntu Touch, and hopefully we can see this already later this year. It takes time because Ubuntu Touch is not Apache or some other foundation. It has a limited resources, but also my thank you for all the developers that are involved, and what they achieve is amazing. It's not easy to maintain an operating system and bring it always up to date. We have now Mr. Hortula, who has on-site some outlook of Ubuntu Touch from the UB ports side, and maybe afterwards, Mr. Panyo needs to confirm, maybe we can have a showcase of the evaluation board of for the Volla hub that promises that you can use your smartphone for the convergence by connecting a screen. I'm not sure whether this is possible to present. If so, I would be happy to see that, so you can see live what is happening and how we make progress. So Mr. Hortula, thank you very much to be here, and maybe you can start your presentation.
Thank you. To share the screen, I'm not in the meeting yet.
Do you have an...
I sent it to you on Telegram, if you want.
Yeah, then I should be able to stop share. I think I don't share anything.
You share.
So I'm not sure whether I'm sharing anything. So let me just... Where do you have it?
Yeah, I sent it to you in the personal chat. Yeah. You can take the PDF one.
The last one?
Yeah, you are not on my chat.
Here.
Yeah.
Hit down once. I'm still connected. Do you have it on a USB stick? Oh, no, it's quite slow. Here we have it. The last one?
Yeah, PDF, yes.
It's downloading.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I share my screen again. I'm afraid I didn't share my screen for the last presentation. So now we have it.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm here on behalf of the UB Foundation. I'm currently acting as a member of the board of direction of the foundation. And yeah, just let's get into it. Just to talk rapidly about the foundation, the goal is to maintain and develop Ubuntu Touch. Our goal is also to federate the community because we are enablers for the volunteers. As Mr. Wotzer said, we are not a big foundation, we don't have a lot of resources, and the work is mainly done by volunteers and some hired developers like the one from Volla, so thank you very much for this contribution. And our goal is also to promote the use as of Ubuntu Touch as a viable alternative of the big two operating systems, iOS and Android. True alternative because it's not just the flavor of Android de-googled, it's a fully fledged operating system that can work with a mainline kernel if the hardware supports it. Of course, we use libraries on Android devices that are ported to Ubuntu Touch for hardware compatibility, because we need to access the drivers for the camera, for the modem, for the screen as well, the fingerprint sensor, etc. And to introduce myself a bit further, so board member of the foundation, as I said, I'm also co-hosting the Q&A sessions that we have every couple of weeks. We have one planned tonight, so if you want to join, it will be live on YouTube it's always at 7 p.m. UTC. And I'm also a cybersecurity consultant, so I like to also talk about the aspect of security and privacy. But for a mobile operating system to work properly, we need three pillars. The first one is to have compatible hardware. So thanks again, Volla, for this, because we need to have devices on which the operating system will run. Then we need also to develop the OS itself. And what is an operating system? Because it's not something that is commonly known, but it's just a set of predefined software that exists that you select to run and to use some device. So it has a desktop environment because you need a UI to interact with. You need also drivers, you need a kernel, so Linux is the famous one. And then we have applications on top of the OS. So those three pillars are keys for an operating system to success. For Android, they benefited from the commercial power of Google. We don't have this luxury. So we rely on developers, their needs, their will to bring some applications to Ubuntu Touch because they believe that having an open source software or a true open source OS on your device is something that is important. It's important for privacy and it's important for security because security doesn't come without a price. We hear this word a lot and Google use it wrongly, I would say, because security is first privacy. Without privacy, you don't have security because the weakest link is us, humans. And if our personal data leaks to anyone, then as Mr. Volser said previously, they can control us because if you know someone, you can control them. So yeah, privacy is the primary key to security. A company can put millions of dollars in investment in cybersecurity, have a lot of firewalls, a lot of AI-powered security features. It won't protect them if a user wants to abuse their rights. If the user is the weak point, their credential can leak and an attacker can use them to harm the company. So yeah, for a company, it's important to invest in human protection and privacy. So that was my big peeve, because that's really my thing. Yeah, what about to make this dream come true, to enable everyone to have a private phone that you can own and that you can use as you see fit? We need compatible device, thanks again. And we need also porting efforts for newer device. That's a current issue we have, in particular in Southeast Asia, because no currently compatible devices are available on their market. It's not easy to access to a Volla phone or a Fairphone that we support. So that's also something that is really important, to bring new devices. And last year I said developers. Yes, we need developers, a lot of development effort, developers for the operating system as well as for the app ecosystem, because yeah, without the apps, it's nothing. A lot of people coming to Ubuntu Touch says, yeah, but I cannot use WhatsApp. Yeah, but WhatsApp, it's not ours to make. It will be illegal in many countries to just create a WhatsApp enable apps for Ubuntu Touch, because without the agreement from Meta. So yeah, that's something that we cannot do at this point. We need to bring users before those apps will follow, and those companies will start to be interested in providing an app, but yeah, maybe they won't be interested in it. Because an app on Android is power over the user. On Ubuntu Touch, it's not. It doesn't enable the company or the app developers to have access to the user data. It just enables what the user want to share. And we need also feedback, and feedback from users, but also for companies, because I believe that companies or government entities would be very interested in something like this. We talk a lot about sovereignty, and in this framework, I believe that we are the main alternative, because it's we are fully supported currently. We have every feature that the hardware provides that are supported. Of course, it's not well polished, it's not with a lot of bells and whistles that some have. You cannot customize everything like someone would want. When people came to Linux, the promise of personalization, etc. is huge. You can make it what you want if you have the knowledge. For Linux on desktop, it's quite easy nowadays to just personalize your experience. On the phone, it's still a bit more difficult, and we need people with the knowledge, the know-how to make it possible for the future. That's not a priority for us. The priority is to support desktop apps, to have developers interested in the true convergence. True convergence being when you have an application that can run the same code base, can run either on desktop, tablet, or a phone. Application developed for Ubuntu Touch works as well on tablets than on the phone. On desktop, the desktop environment that we use, Lomery, is able to also render the same applications the same way on desktop. With, of course, on desktop, when you see a list like on your chat, you want to right-click to access the options. On mobile, you don't want that, because how do you do a right-click with your finger? You don't have a right and left index finger. So on the phone, the UI is adapted, and it's automatic. It's because we have a UI toolkit that is able to just make this magic happen. So yeah, feedback from users, because we need to know what we don't know. For example, a government will want some features that we don't know we should provide. And maybe it's simple to make it, but maybe not. So we need this feedback first in order to make it happen. Let's talk about what we achieved in the recent times, and that's pretty exciting. The first one is the home folder encryption. That's something that was long awaited and now is available. It's still in early stage, so it's a bit beta version, but you are able to encrypt your home folder, not the whole system, because the system is immutable, and so there's no interest to encrypt this, and also it's open source, so why encrypt it? VoLT is stable nowadays, I would say, at least on supported device. We brought it to a larger volume of devices, but yeah, nowadays it's, for new device, it's well supported and stable enough, so thanks a lot for those involved in this. Snap support for installing different apps and desktop apps has been also improved, and hopefully we will have other improvements as we saw from Alexander's presentation. Improved desktop experience, so it's a work in progress as well, but we already see the fruits of that. We have just around the corner Ubuntu Touch 24.4-2. The version 2 based on 24.4 will be released in the coming weeks, probably by the end of the month. So yeah, quite also an amazing achievement. Last time when we moved to 2004, it was 2024, I believe. So yeah, it took almost, no, it was very long until it was supported. Now we are already starting to move to 2604. So yeah, we are improving also on the continuous support of the operating system, so it's easier for us to rebase and to evolve. In 24.4-2, we will have also the official support for the rounded corners screen. So if your corner, you don't have the just corner outside the rounded parts that will not be displayed, so it's all taken into account. It also supports for the notches if you have the camera behind the screen. So yeah, those are, there were hacks that were able to do that, but we required the user to just basically tinker with it. Now it's basically done automatically by the porter of the device. Also upcoming in 24.4-2 is the possibility to edit screenshots. So when you screenshot your phone, you will be able to just make an edition, maybe remove the top part because you don't want to leak your notification bar or the time at which the screenshot was done, anything. And Morph Browser is finally embedded with web application and rebased on Qt 6. For a long time we were a bit behind because the web browser was built on Qt 5 with the Qt web engine that was a bit very lacking behind in terms of support for modern websites. So nowadays it's way more, it works with basically most of the modern websites. I don't say all because you know that nowadays some developers are just developing for Chrome with the Google version of Chrome and not all Chromium-based browsers. And for the future, we have, it has been postponed, but it will be soon for the calendar and contact synchronization. So this has been also improved to just use CalDAV and CalDAV to be more responsive. Already the calendar is way better, but still other improvement upcoming. And we are also working on the Qt 6 version for Lomiri. So Lomiri is a desktop environment, and so it will be rewired all around Qt 6. As I said, Ubuntu Touch will be released also and rebased on 2604. Still upcoming is the camera app upgrade that will support multi-camera, so front, back, and multiple back. And also Mir 2 evolution that will bring a lot of Mir 2 basically enables what Alexander did on the support for desktop applications, and also AGPS. AGPS has been worked on recently and is improving also fast. So hopefully it will be available for everyone soon. And that's it for my presentation. So I'm present here, and I believe other developers as well are here if you have any questions. And if you want to contact us for partnering, because if you want to use Ubuntu Touch for your company, because it will enable a mobile version of an existing Linux software, then you can contact us at bod@ubpost.com, or you can, if you're more interested as a user, you can head over to the, and a contributor as well, you can head over to the website at ubpost.com/contact, and then you will have a form to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions about Ubuntu Touch and the UBPorts Foundation? Over there.
Me again. It's me again. When the Volla phone came out with this multi-boot, I think I was probably the second or third person to install Ubuntu Touch on it. Really looking forward to it. I went to the App Store, looked for my banking apps, looked for my digital ID apps, looked for my Nextcloud apps. I went like, no, I can't use that. So I, you know, you say on one end we need users because we need developers to come up to develop these apps. On the other end, people tend not to use it because it doesn't support all the apps. So what is the strategy, the vision there? How do you, you know, think to go forward?
Very good question. So yeah, excellent question. What is the strategy behind this? The first order for me would be to just contact this kind of companies, banks, public services, government entities that are working with for their people and want to provide something. For banking, I want, as a cybersecurity expert, I want to talk to them and explain that no, Google integrity something doesn't help for security for their customers. It helps Google only. It doesn't work both ways. It serves only Google's purpose. And they can achieve the same level of security for their users by creating a proper website. And accessing the website with a web application is enough. They need two-factor authentication, they can have it. Ubuntu Touch is real Linux with real Linux support. If one wants to use YubiKeys on Ubuntu Touch, they can. So two-factor authentication can work. You can have TOTP password, etc. So the security argument from Google is fake. So that's something. So if companies understand that what they have been fed by Google as lies, they will be able to just do something without creating an app for this. Because creating an app is not something for the user, it's something for the company that creates an app. Of course, many banks, insurance companies, etc., will not want that because they want to leverage those apps to steal your data. They have already a lot of them. but they are still interested. I worked for a French insurance company that wanted to improve the security of their customers. And I was part of the selection of the companies that will create the solution. We had two options. One was true, secure, and the other one was, we will support an app. And business just came and say, okay, we want the less secure one because we want the app. We want to push users towards the app. Because apps create engagement. It's like a hook in your brain for the companies. So the insurance company wants that because we can send you notifications. Okay, it's time to go back to school after summertime. Hey, have you thought about insuring your kids or their soccer practice or anything else? They want this direct access because they know that you read your notifications on your phone. They know that you don't read the emails they send. So it's a very difficult problem to tackle because many companies don't want freedom, they don't want privacy, they want a hook on your brain. So that's what we are fighting for against. And hopefully governments in Europe can help us out because we have laws that protect citizens. But for companies, it will be an uphill battle. It will be very difficult to win, but if the public opinion is against them, some will turn, and then the rest will follow.
I would like to add something. Yeah. Thank you very much. So maybe it's a different, but I think totally complementary opinion on that. First of all, I think Ubuntu Touch is an operating system for minimalists. And this is not a disadvantage. It's my perception of Ubuntu Touch. So maybe the Android apps are not so crucial. Anyway, so many people have at least one or two apps that are only available in Google and iOS App Store, and therefore you can install in the meantime very conveniently Vaidroid. So there's a Vaidroid helper in the Open Store, and we have some developers here like Mr. Ukrenkov or Mr. Kettenen that are also maintaining Vaidroid so it works on our devices and the BSPs that we're using under the hood. And tomorrow, by the way, we have in the workshop for Unified Attestation, it's one of the initiator of the whole Vaidroid project. So Vaidroid is an opportunity to use Ubuntu Touch as your primary operating system, but to make a compromise and have at least a couple of apps that are only available for from Android. And then we have the Google Play integrity. Well, so we also, I think if we are talking about Google Play integrity and the companies that are using currently Google Play integrity, we are talking with very conservative organizations. They don't care mainly about security, they take care about compliance. And they're not Linux enthusiasts or security and privacy enthusiasts. They need to match the compliance of these organizations, and they think Google Play integrity is a good way. I agree, it's a contradiction, but it is as it is, and we have the market that authorities and some banks or wallet apps are using Google Play integrity. Therefore, I think I can say it that the Unified Attestation Consortium is currently an informal consortium. Hopefully, in the next couple of months, it becomes a formal consortium. And currently, the UBports Foundation is informally aligned, and the unified attestation approach is not only limited to Android. It would be even possible to use a unified attestation for any kind of other operating system or even IoT or the automotive industry. So we didn't talk about this, but we are also in negotiation to bring Volla OS in automotive, in cars. So, and this is, that makes a huge difference. And yeah, this could also be a way. And we are discussing how, if we have a secure Ubuntu Touch, we are already discussing to harden Ubuntu Touch to make the system immutable. So currently, if you use sudo and you can do everything with Ubuntu Touch, I think this is also what people like for Ubuntu Touch. But our idea is to maybe unlock this developer mode so you can do everything what you want. But you have maybe a consumer mode where the system is immutable. That is a prerequisite that the system is hardened and would be accepted by any attestation. So we are discussing even seriously how we prepare Ubuntu Touch for the mass market. So, okay. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I have a little bit of different point of view on Ubuntu Touch. I would love to use it. I like it, but I destroyed it and I have not reinstalled it yet. I'm expecting from a Unix-based system that it is multi-user capable. And this was my expectation when I bought a tablet with an Unix-based operating system that I can install multiple users for my family, for friends, for guests, whatever. And therefore, it was for me a real disappointment to see that Ubuntu Touch, as it is today, is not even capable to distinguish between 2 or 3 different users with different rights, access rights, and possibilities to secure them from each other and to secure them from sudo, which is then only one administrator. This was for me one of the key steps to go to Ubuntu. And now I was disappointed, and now I see that if you're installing Google, an Android Google, they offer you, oh, you want to add additional users. It's not a real separated user management, but at least it works. So this is what I would like to see with Ubuntu Touch in the future.
Very good point. Okay.
Yeah, you're correct, and that's the kind of feedback that I was talking about, because that's something that, as I know, no one reached us with this kind of question. I guess we had a couple of person coming about multi-users, but we said it wasn't supported, and then we didn't hear about it anymore. But and now it makes me think also of someone else that is that was asking about child protection and having a parent mode, and that's something that is quite interesting. Of course, it will be a lot of work because with an immutable operating system, it's difficult to add new users. But that's something that we can think about as well. So. At least we will create an issue and track it for the future, but because I believe it will be, yes, a good use case. Yeah, with pleasure.
Maybe one of our developers can say something about whether it's possible in principle, but they just left the room. I think Mr. Okrenkov or Mr. Kettenen. Maybe you have ideas or want to comment it, whether this could be possible. Okay. Any further question? Or is there someone? No. Mr. Panyo, is he in the room? Is it possible to present something? Okay. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to joint success and collaborate on good devices and improving the operating system. altogether, and I very also appreciate that you have this board for partners, and this also helps you and us to improve the operating system and bring it to the mass market. So I can tell you currently it's good news also for Ubuntu Touch that we have a huge campaign to introduce the Volla from Plinius in a pro shop. We are on the first page. I think it's also good news for Ubuntu Touch that we have a campaign in 7 countries now in Europe that are promoting our devices with Ubuntu Touch. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to that we closed the deal with 2 MVNOs, but I can announce in general that soon we have an announcement of an MVNO in Scandinavia that will list our devices. So I think maybe it's the first time that Ubuntu Touch devices are sold by an MVNO, and also a German MVNO will offer then our devices with the Ubuntu Touch option. Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's a brilliant future that we have together.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, so in the white shirts, our developers, and maybe he is working. So you see work in progress right here. So I announced today the Volla docking station, and Mr. Panjo is the one who designed the board for this. It's an evaluation board, and one of the challenges is to connect a monitor.
Indeed.
Yeah, indeed, he says. Yeah, it's a challenge, yeah, we are working on this, and yeah, maybe you can explain what you are doing.
So yes, here as you can see, we have an evaluation board of the Volla hub, which you can all come and check later. That is basically just a board with USB hub and some Ethernet and stuff like that. And the most interesting part is the module, which is actually handling the display output via USB. You might have heard of technologies like DisplayLink, so we are achieving something similar. But the DisplayLink is also known for being proprietary and not very good option probably for Ubuntu Touch, and also a bit hard to source.
Yeah, they're a bit arrogant if you don't buy
tens of thousands of chips.
Yeah.
Just as a disclaimer, I got those boards on Thursday, so I didn't have much time to run anything or test anything, but we did manage to put a mostly working demo with help of Ubuntu Touch team on site. As you can see, we have here the same board, but actually running. I'm happy it still runs. And we have a Volla phone Plinius, which is connected to the board. The board itself connected to this device. This device is, as many of you probably know, an X-dock. It basically is just a HDMI display and a keyboard and form factor of laptop. But this device isn't a laptop. It can't run anything. It acts just as a display. So we connect it to here, and as you can see, we have Ubuntu Touch interface with GLX runs. It's just a simple app that shows animation. It is all in very experimental stage. But, oh, it just crashed. Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it's so exciting to see the work in progress, and it's a hard work to make it happen. So thank you very much, and for your work, your initiative that you came up with that idea. So this is also awesome that our developers come in with ideas and contribute to the whole idea. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity.
And he is also the one who helped the engineers to get the sub-PCBA done for the Volla phone Plinius Plus. It was a long discussion to have this extra feature to this kind of small device. We had to take some decisions because it wasn't so easy that you can charge it at the same time when you use a pogo pin. So there are technical details. So it's a lot of things you need to take into account if you develop hardware. Yeah, for next on our program, we have the demonstration of the Volla Cloud, but I'm not sure whether he's always ready. It's Mr. Pick. Hello, Mr. Pick, are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be, I think.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Pick. Mr. Pick is also very active community developer, and because of his efforts and work, you can have on almost all of our devices Sailfish OS running. So thanks to the UBports installer, you can install not only your Ubuntu Touch, so it's brilliant how open-minded the people from the UBports are. So you can also use the UBports installer to install Volla OS on our devices as well, and for most devices, Sailfish OS, the Finnish operating system. It looks really good. I think it's the best designed system. And now, Mr. Pick, you want to present your recent achievements quite spontaneously. Thank you very much for that message. And I say, yeah, let's start. And what you want to say?
So hi everyone. This was agreed yesterday, kind of late on. So I've done zero prep because I've been traveling. So apologies for that. There's no slides. We'll talk about Sailfish, and I can give a quick demo and overview and take any questions if that's okay.
Yeah.
So a bit about myself. Name's Adam. I've been a Sailfish user and porter for roughly 10 years, I think. And then kind of Volla contacted me when the original Volla phone came out, asking if I was interested in porting. So the Sailfish is available on the original Volla, the Volla X, the Volla 22, the X23, the Quintus, and now the tablet. And the tablet is quite a nice port. So we'll give a quick demo of that. The 22, 23, Quintus, and tablet are all using Halium, the same as UB port. So that makes it a lot easier. So there's a lot of cross-working and sharing there. I get to benefit from all the good work that they do, and I'm really appreciative of that. All the ports support Waydroid for Android support, so you can get Android apps working, and the tablet, with the help of Yolla and some configuration, does actually support Yolla's Android app support as well. So that's really nice. That gives really nice integration for app support. So on that, I'll kind of move my camera around and try and point it at the tablet. First off, this is the phone. This is the Quintus. Running Sailfish 5.1, the latest version, which is it officially out? Is it just in testing at the moment? But yeah, so 5.1, we have Waydroid, browser, various applications. Everything works, apart from the fingerprint. The fingerprint's still an issue. But we have tethering, sensors, all that good stuff. And this is the tablet. The tablet's connected to the keyboard, so it's really nice. I can use the keyboard to put my Ihnen. And use the touchpad, open applications. So we have the email, we have Fennec. So this is using Android app support for the web browser. We have banking, all the standard Sailfish apps, terminal, and the tablet. I think genuinely every piece of hardware works. I won't say 100%, but knocking on 100%. I can't think of anything that's not working on the tablet. The tablet is a really nice size display, and the keyboard's really nice to complement it. I do apologize for the picture quality. Dark mode. Let's pick a dark theme. Yeah, so does anybody have any questions, comments, anything they'd like me to kind of check, follow up?
Yeah, I just can tell you that I'm reading an SMS from Mr. Pinimäki here on my device from Jolla, the CEO, and he wrote me, I think it was yesterday or almost one day before yesterday. Hello, Jörg. I missed your calls. I'm very busy. Also, Jolla is currently very successful, and we are fine. If you want to announce it as an official community port at your community days. So we are negotiating with Jolla that we bring Sailfish OS officially on the Volla devices, in particular at the first step, the Volla tablet, because you may know that it's you need a license if you use Sailfish OS commercially, and we want to use it commercially, and we are close to a deal that we can bring Sailfish OS on Volla tablet. And here Mr. Pinimäki already said that we can announce that there will be an official Sailfish community port, and we are discussing now that we also bring in by a subscription fee the commercial feature of Sailfish OS that's Android support. So cross our fingers, and maybe if you are connected to the Sailfish community and Jolla, you can motivate the board that it's a good idea to bring Sailfish OS officially on Volla devices. Thank you. And
well, this has been a long time coming. That is great news.
Yeah, it's and I'm negotiating with Jolla since 2019, and they are both CEOs that needs to turn the euro, so we are discussing about license fees and so on. So, but I think finally we are close to have a deal how we can bring Sailfish OS officially on the Volla tablet and maybe further devices in the future. It's a great team, and we are in a good friendship relationship with Jolla. Jolla is, by the way, also an informal interested partner in the consortium of unified attestation. Yeah, any further questions? Maybe. So what's about touch gestures on the tablet? Mr. Pick, did you manage to do it?
Is that on the pad or the screen?
On the pad, on the keyboard. Did you manage to?
No, I think there's a limitation on the Qt touchpad driver. It's quite basic, so that's probably an area that could be looked at, but that's across all.
Mention it in his presentation, or I forgot it. So he also found a way that touch gestures are supported for your Ubuntu Touch. So I mean the touch gestures not on screen, on the touchpad of the keyboard. And I think that makes the interaction much more convenient. And I'm pretty sure that that could be reused also for Sailfish.
Yeah, the stack's quite similar. I imagine they use the same drivers.
Yeah, so maybe you can reuse it, and then we have multi-touch gestures, and it's much more convenient than to control a Sailfish with a physical keyboard. And for Volla from Plinius, you have essentials working, like camera also?
No, on the Quintus, I haven't got the Plinius yet. Yeah. The Quintus is my daily driver phone. I've used the Quintus. I use the Quintus. I've used it for a year, and it's okay.
Has Sailfish OS also triple cam support?
What, sorry?
Has Sailfish OS triple cam support?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, nice.
You can choose that. Yeah, it's got the ultra wide and the wide and the front.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much for your efforts. I think without your efforts and contribution, we wouldn't have Sailfish on our devices. And I think it's you and your work that motivates also the Jolla board to bring Sailfish on our devices. Very good work. Thank you very much for your contribution. And if you haven't the Volla from Plinius yet, you will get it soon. I think it will be also an exciting device. Thank you very much to you, and greetings to England. Thanks.
Thank you for supporting.
Any further questions? Comments? I think perfect work. Yeah, thank you very much. Sailfish also inspired me. I still think Sailfish 2 was better than the later Sailfish, but it's just a matter of taste and my perception. Yeah. Okay, so then let's go ahead to the program. Thank you very much, Mr. Pick, for joining spontaneously, and see you again. I think it was 2 years ago when you presented at the Volla Community Days, or it could also be 3 years ago. You have been a part of the community from the beginning. Thank you very much. Okay, so now let's continue to talk about the Volla Cloud, and I think it's maybe a good idea to bring Mr. Gaberi on stage. Hello.
Everything in the phones.
Okay, everything on the phones, so that he can demonstrate how the Volla recovery is working, that I have shown in some screenshots. So hopefully you had also good conversations and talks at the lunchtime and the meet the team time. So are there any further questions? Maybe at that point I can. I'm not sure where Mrs. Wiedenhoff is. Are there any questions from the community, from the chat? Here. Do you have the link? It was in our... someone is interested to have its hands on the Volla Form Plinius Plus, I have it with me here. This is the serial production sample. I have it here with Volla OS 16. So maybe you can also, if you are interested, you can have a look.
It's a bit of hard setup because I have two phones here, so I need to set up everything.
Mm-hmm. Are you already sharing?
Yeah, I need to share my screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he will connect to Zoom. Yeah, please switch off the microphone of Zoom.
Yeah, already switched.
Mm.
I need to switch here.
This is
And to the presentation. Here it says I'm sharing the screen, but it doesn't show up here.
it's only your name.
Yeah, I'm trying to share. The screen sharing. See, here it's sharing the screen, but it doesn't show onto here. That's it. Okay, yeah, went. Should be ready. Okay.
Here.
Hello, everyone. So last year I was here and we presented the initial showcase of the Volla recovery application. But last year, like I had explained at the time, we were still working on integrating it with the actual holochain backend service. So it was just basically an example on how to actually back up the applications and all that kind of thing. Well, this year we do have the actual application implemented, and next month or something around that will be available as a first beta to the users to actually test on Volla OS. And so just to recap what the application actually does, it basically allows you to back up all your data, mostly documents, application data and everything, and then share it onto other people's devices and using basically a network of devices as cloud instead of a single cloud provider like you usually do with, for example, Google Drive or anything similar to that. And we can here I have two devices. One is a device that is not a Volla device to showcase that this can work also on devices that are from outside the Volla ecosystem. But if you do install the application as a user application, you're only able to host other people's data because Android is very restrictive on which applications can actually access the app's data and gather them to back up. But you can use another device, for example, an old device you have at home as a host and basically use it plugged into the network to host your data. And here we do have the regular Volla X23. This is the initial setup. It will require an authorization with the holochain conductor. You just have to approve in the notification and then press connect again and wait for the installation of the application to finish, basically. And once that's done, it takes a little bit because it has to install the whole app in the conductor. Then you can input your device name, in this case, mobile phone. Okay, and this already shows two different options. With the confirm options, you simply go to the next step and set up the app in a regular way to just start backing up your data, and then add your peers, your host and everything, and choose which devices to use to back up your data. With the restore button, it's meant for a restore context. So for example, when you get a new Volla device and you want to recover the data that you already backed up, you just go into the restore path, and basically you have to remember the old password that you used, and you can then recover your data. This is a very important thing, as we also show here in the warning. You have to absolutely remember your password, because here the data is actually encrypted, unlike a lot of cloud services that tell you that they're end-to-end encrypted, but then, for example, allowed you to recover your password and recover your data without actually knowing the password. Here, that's absolutely impossible. So if you lose your password, your data is gone, and that's it. There is no recovery at all, because otherwise it wouldn't be as secure. This obviously implies to use a very strong password and possibly a randomly generated password, which can be, for example, a passphrase with 6 or more words, ideally. But we chose to go with a regular password approach so that the user can choose whatever they want, instead, for example, of using something like Seed Vault that basically picks 14 random words for you, and then you have to remember all the words, which is a bit hard. So in this case, I will put like a very trivial password, but just for the example, so yeah. And here you will derive the keys and create the initial network, so it may take a little bit, like 10, 20 seconds or something like that, because it has to do all the background processing with holochain and exchanging all the keys. So it does take a little bit at the first step, but then the actual application just works fine. This screen still has to finish, but we will basically have a pairing which can be done through a QR code and also allow scanning other users' QR code. We will also make the links. I mean, right now, for adding a new peer, you simply share an invite code. In the future, that invite code will be basically a sort of link that you can open and will automatically open inside of the Volla recovery application and allow you to just tap on the share code and simply just allow to pair with a friend. Here you can register host, okay. Here you can just tune your backup sources, and in the next step you can also tune them later after setup is done. So, for example, here on the second device, you can go onto the host screen and copy the contact code. In this case, you can just share it on whatever messaging app you want to use or in any way you like. Then on the main Volla device, you add a new host. So, for example, and you paste the contact code, okay, and add. After that's been added, you will see an invite, a copy invite button. The copy invite is then needed, I mean the invite is then needed from the other peer to finish the initial pairing process. So yeah, once you add, you paste it here, join. And here, basically, it successfully joined the network. And then the gossiping will start. The network has been basically created. Here you have all the sources. In the apps, you can actually choose which apps to back up and which apps to not back up. And then simply use the backup button to start the initial backup. It will show the backup status, and then once the backup is done, it will show if it finished successfully or if it failed, and when the last backup has been done. It takes a little bit because holochain obviously needs to store all the data that needs to be chunked up into various parts and everything. Then once it's done, we wait a little bit because I do have some data for the demo that I put there to actually backup.
I mean, the music, documents, photos, and photos are basically just backed up as regular files, while settings, contacts, messages, and apps are backed up both as the APK and then the actual app data. And then in this case, we just wanted to run the backup and have the data saved, which will then be synced to the other device. For the future, when you are in a restore scenario, it's just enough to go into the restore menu, and you will see simply all the data that you have backed up with the various dates when and also the various sizes. So for example, here's some music, documents with the name of the document, and the APKs with the actual name of the application. And it's simply enough to select something and then restore it to have it done, restore successful. So yeah, that's the demo, and the app will be available within June or at most July. And I hope you enjoyed the demo, and if you have any questions, I'm here. Yes.
Thank you. I have the question, the data. Where will the data stored? On the device from someone else?
Basically all the devices that you add to your network will act as a single storage that will then be, yes, basically all other people devices that you add to your network manually. And in the future, we will also split up the backups in a way that you have a redundancy of at least 2/3 devices for all of your data, but you don't have all of the data stored on each device because that will basically just waste a lot of space and having a redundancy of like 10 different devices if you have 10 different devices added.
Okay, and when someone erased the data or wiped his phone, then I have a problem.
That's why we want to have the redundancy, because we want to have at least 2/3 devices that actually hold the data, and then have a way to check if the device is holding the data, because all the data has a every piece of data has an ID, so we can actually check if the other device is able to give us the data or not. So in case one device gets formatted, we can just recurrently check and see, and then if the device doesn't have the data anymore, we just add another device to the list with the redundancy. So basically, unless like 3 different people formatted the device at the same time, you wouldn't lose the data. So yeah.
Okay. And when only a piece loosed, you have to check if this piece loose, so you can, when you have 24 devices, you have 24 pieces. So when someone erased his data, or this phone, or his phone, I have to check only this part to back up it again.
The check will be done automatically, so you don't have to do. The user doesn't have to do anything; it's all handled automatically, basically.
So I have only every time to watch my backup, so I can verify that everything is okay when I need it.
I mean, no, because the idea is that we have. The idea is to have the user be basically. The application should handle everything without the user having to worry about it. So for example, if a device goes offline and it goes offline for more than an amount of time, for example, a couple of days, then the redundancy process starts and moves and uploads the data onto another device and increase the redundancy. But obviously there is always a case where you could lose your data if 4 or 5 or how many people delete all their data at the same time. But unless that happens, it shouldn't be a problem at all.
And the synchronization time is when both devices are online.
Yeah, basically. Because this also runs in the background, so you don't have to. You don't need to have the application open all the time during the sync, because all the sync happens in the background. And in the future, we will probably modify the Volla Cloud service to choose when to sync and when not to sync, because obviously, for example, some users might not want to sync when using mobile data, or they might because they have unlimited data and all that kind of thing. But all the syncing happens in the background, so yeah, two devices need to be online, but you don't need to be with the application open or anything for them to actually sync.
Yeah, so that is also the reason why we have the Volla Cloud service that is running in the background, and this is really challenging and was very important to have it such kind of service on a mobile device. And two further comments. So we haven't implemented yet, but we think that there should be also a Volla recovery app for your PC or Mac. But this is not to back up the data from your PC, just a host to store your data. So you can also connect this recovery with a device of yourself. Or several devices of yourself. This is the idea. And what we now implemented is something that is also someone else in other contexts would call sharding. So the Holochain Foundation has sharding also on its roadmap, but it's not implemented yet. So we had to find our own solution for that. So sharding is also an approach to distribute data and have a specific dedicated level of redundancy. Yeah, this is also what we simulate now with that implementation.
Is it possible for like B2B? Is it possible that the people in a company, like my employees, yeah, like 50, for them it's not possible to erase anything at all? And like, for example, you have a storage of 256 gigabyte. They can only use for themselves 5 gigabyte, and the rest is for the company.
Yeah, you can do this with mobile device management. Thank you very much for that question. It's because it's not trivial. Because Volla OS has not Google Play services and also not Google Enterprise services that is mostly used by mobile device management systems. But we have also in our portfolio the offering of a hosted MDM. We are using an open source MDM. It's called Headwind. That is expandable, and it's not our core business. Therefore, we are also fine to help you to host this MDM system on premise in your organization, and then you can decide what the employees can do with their device or not.
Only from the MDM system?
Yeah, you can also define what they can do. It's even possible to run then the end user device with a kiosk system, so that maybe you have some employees scanning in stock management something with your device, then they can only use the stock management app. And this is, we also use, if you have more than Android devices, like you have Windows, Mac, and other devices, we are reseller of 42 gears. And we can also offer, if you have a Linux environment and you have Ubuntu PCs and Ubuntu Touch mobile devices in your corporation, then we are using RPort as an open source remote management system of your devices. So you have different options. And there's another German company, it's called, I think, Relution. We are not reseller, but we tested this MDM system on our devices. They support also de-Googled Android operating system and a bunch of other operating systems. We tested it because Relution is the offering of PhoneLaws. PhoneLaws is a partner that I mentioned this morning briefly. So you can get, as a corporate customer or business customer, you can lease Volla devices with full service. So you get your leasing for all the Volla devices plus MDM. And plus convenience service packages, so they guarantee that they have a swap pool of devices if something is broken. So this is the...
You can buy it as well, not leasing it?
You can, I think the core business of PhoneLaws is leasing, but maybe you can, I think they have also buyout offerings after the leasing period. But anyway, if you want to buy Volla devices for your business, where's our sales manager? Here he is. Hello. So you can talk with him. And yeah, you have also a question?
Dr. Bush,
yeah.
His question could also be kind of solved using multi-boot, right? Yeah, because you were...
Yeah, so you can, maybe it was touched, that question. Volla S supports different users and different profiles and extensive sandboxing. So you can have different users on your Volla device. You can use it for private and business, for instance, to separate this whole setup then completely. And you can also use the multi-boot feature to have several operating systems. Maybe you have your business operating system on this SD card protected, and you just boot it in on the SD card and have it separated on the device. And you pass custom clearance at the US border, you have your SD card in the pocket and show your empty device. So this is also some way to protect yourself.
Okay, thank you.
So a lot of options. Yeah?
Another question. When the backup is encrypted, why I cannot place the backup in a cloud or something like a NAS server or the other things? Mm-hmm. Because encrypted is encrypted.
Yeah, okay, you can start. Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, encrypted is encrypted, but I mean, with Volla recovery, first of all, I mean, in the case of a regular cloud, someone still has access to the encrypted data, and then you don't know if effectively what they actually do with that data, if they want to try to brute force it or whatever they want to try to do. Aside from, for example, instead of on the Volla recovery application, if you only use trusted peers, firstly, they're trusted, so obviously you don't expect them to do something malicious with your data. And secondly, unless they've rooted their device, they cannot access the actual data at all, because it's inside the application's data, and that's not available to the common user on Android. So that's another part. And also this is actually pretty convenient from a user experience perspective, since the encryption is all handled automatically by the application. You just need to store your password, and then the keys are automatically derived. They're stored in the Android key store, so it's all like implemented in the safest way possible, and the user doesn't have to worry about anything on their side except for losing their password, which is pretty big, yeah.
Yeah, so, this is, so two things. We want to bring back the convenience to the user. So instead of using the iCloud and having an Volla, so there's no Volla account at all that you need to set up a Volla phone, and there won't be a Volla account. By the way, we don't know what people are doing with our Volla phones. We even don't collect telemetrics. The last thing we know about a Volla phone that we ship is that DHL has sent it. So this is the last what we know about our devices. Yeah, well, so we want to bring back the convenience to consumers, and therefore we want to make it as easy as possible to make this backup without any cloud account, and therefore the idea come up to do a backup within the family or within friends. But for sure you can use, as I said, a PC or maybe your home server if we have maybe a Windows, Linux or Mac app as a host app for that backup. So this is indeed intended so for people who would like to really make sure that their backup is not lost, as you explained, that you say, okay, I decide to back up this on my own device that I can control. That could be my MacBook or it could be my home server. So this is even part of the concept.
I think it will be great in the future when you have your own mesh. Then you don't need a network to take your backup, your internet?
Yeah, indeed. So the Volla cell that I presented today, I didn't highlight it so much. It's a Linux the Linux open source operating system that is running the cell, and it has a storage port for up to 2 gigabytes. Terabytes that you have storage on that, so it couldn't be only so you can use the Volla cell not only as a node of the network, but even to host data. And a long-term perspective that we already discussed is to run the Volla cloud even on these cells, to use it as a node for additional processing or for just tasks. You just also suggested that we have it as a host for doing your backup. And we are discussing with the commercial part of Holochain. Unfortunately, something went wrong this morning when Holochain want to present their R&D. The Holo Limited is the commercial part of the Holochain, and we are also discussing that you can maybe choose, it's always your choice, that you say, I want to add some node of the Holo hosting into your channel of Volla messages or for our recovery. So this is also what we discuss, that depending on your needs, you can expand even storage or get any additional nodes. And also myself, I use Volla messages on my Vollaphone Quintus, and I use it on my MacBook. And it was not originally intended to use Volla messages in that way, but I use it as a private network with myself, just for copy and paste and send easily files between my mobile device and my MacBook, because it's more easy than connecting with a cable and do MTP and file transfer, because it's also buggy in macOS. So sometimes macOS has also bugs, and I need to.
macOS works with copy paste when you have an iPhone.
With an iPhone, and iPhone is very convenient, and I think it should inspire us, and we need really bring back the convenience to the people to convince the mass market to switch to another operation system. So it's very important for me not only to save privacy and security, but also to bring the convenience of iOS on an alternative operating system. I briefly show this morning the user interface concept of the Springboard, of simplicity, and the Volla cloud would like to bring back the convenience you have with iCloud. And Volla messages, Volla recovery, I think it's just the beginning, and I invite all developers, app developers that are listening online, that they will tomorrow follow the workshop about how to develop a Volla Cloud app and make use of the Volla Cloud service on Volla OS. Yeah, this is hopefully inspires many developers to bring their app to that ecosystem. Yeah, any further questions? Olari. Mm-hmm.
I have a question. I'm curious. How would you manage the situation when I want to restore a backup and all of 3 redundant parts, what I just want to have now, are in like a mobile mode or data safe mode, and they just do not want to share? What do you do then?
Well, in this case, first of all, it's for this perspective, it's very useful the application we want to make for the desktop, because if you wanna host the data in a secure way that you're sure you're always gonna be able to retrieve it, it's very useful to add one node, for example, that is your desktop computer or your home net or your home server or whatever, because obviously, just by definition, if no devices are online, you don't have a means to retrieve your data. But thanks to how holochain works, it basically works with a gossiping mechanism. And once one of the devices will be back up, it will start syncing the data to your device. And that's also the reason why we always have a restore button inside of this application that is available at all times. Because on some other backup and restore applications, the restoring is done only on the setup wizard, which in this case could be a bit hard to do because indeed the data might not be retrievable at that precise time. And so we have the restore process that can be started at any moment. And the data just gets gossiped whenever the other peers get online, and then is able to get restored on demand whenever, once it's been retrieved. But yeah, in case all the 3 peers are not available, of course, in that precise moment, you cannot restore your data because you don't have your data in the first place once you have formatted the device. So yeah.
I want to add something. So if you think practical, yes, if all other devices are offline, then in that time you can't make the backup. But well, I think if you are choose to become a host, or you select a friend who would like to host your backup, we are talking about trusted people in your life. So if you have in your family a backup, then you will go in the next room to your wife and say, please switch on your smartphone, I need to make a recovery. So it's just easy. So I think you will ask friends and family to be the host of your device. It's also like the Volla messages. It's about trusted peers, so you know where you are connected in a chat. So it's not anonymous. So I think this is we need to take into account that you can just go or call your friend. Oh, my device was broken. I need to make a backup. Please switch on your device. That easy. Yeah, further. Nice. Okay.
Thanks. Just to that point, you said going or asking family and friends. I mean, nowadays, a lot of people have the problem they are living already online, and maybe they don't have friends. So how they solve the problem? I mean, I'm not kidding, and I'm not talking about myself, but I mean, it's for me not really a long-term solution, to be honest, because we already now have the problem that the people sitting at home and they are not connected to friends, to people. So I think it's a wish that they just go, or a lot of people going in the next room and asking them because they just don't have the opportunity to.
Yeah, so hopefully we can motivate the people to for social contacts that we would like to bring back away from only digital focus, but this is another maybe discussion, social discussion from social media. I think it doesn't create really social contacts.
Maybe
Maybe
a dating app.
Yeah, dating app could also be. Volla dating app could be. But as I said, so we have also other options. What one we discussed, I think there was one from Holo Host or Holo Limited in the last year in the Volla Community Days. So I think it could make sense to have some trustworthy cloud storage if someone would like to go that way, or you make the backup with a device of yourself, for instance. Yeah, so that are the options. You are right. If someone has no friends and no family, then I think to back up on another device you own, maybe your PC, could be a solution, or the offering of Holo Limited. They have also cloud space that is based on the holochain technology. Tomorrow we have in the workshop of how to make a Volla cloud app. I think Mr. Harris Brown, the CTO of Holochain, also assists us and is also open for questions. And maybe you can also we can ask him about the status of Holo Limited. So that could be a solution. And then we have another.
Just an answer to that question, because if you don't have friends, you might play with your PC at home, and then you have a friend. You can do the backup to your PC.
So this is the trade-off. So what we are offering options, and I think it's a good idea to have it very easy. If you have smartphones, most people have just smartphones, and to use to connect with your family and friends for messaging, for recovery. Also, messaging is your totally private network. No one knows what you are talking about. This is really privacy, because if you use a Signal or if you use WeChat, you are not directly communicating with someone else. The message is going to a computer center, from a computer center to the app or the device of the one you want to talk to. And this is different in our case. Okay, that is.
But, sorry, one thing is the app works on a PC or Mac?
No, we still have to develop the cloud application for the PC.
Okay, because then you can copy the clipboard and synchronize the clipboard, die Zwischenablage.
So the Volla Messages app, to highlight it, the Volla Messages app.
The app for synchronization. When you have the app for synchronization, you can synchronize the clipboard on your.
That's quite another use case, indeed. And this is what I mentioned, that I use Volla Messages for that purpose, that I share with myself files, photos, or text, some codes or something to log in, whatever.
Same principle. When you have no friends, you can talk with yourself.
So and I have so it's more convenient, instead of connecting my smartphone with my MacBook with a cable or another way around. So I just use the Volla Messages app. It's peer-to-peer, and then I can share data and messages. It's quite easy. So the Volla Messages app is not only available for Volla OS, we called it a standalone version of Volla Messages. It's available already for download, and we are working on bringing this app into the Google Play Store. Not because we like Google Play Store, but it's the place where we want to reach as much as possible people. So because it's crucial to have a critical mass of people that are using Messages app. There are so many good Messages app and alternatives available. So the point is that they don't reach the critical mass of people that are using that app. And therefore, we also offer it for download for Linux, for Windows, and for macOS. And we plan to bring it into iOS. So the UI of the Volla Messages app is implemented differently. You have used Kotlin, right? And the Volla Messages app is made in Tauri. And the Tauri has build target for iOS. But it's a little bit more complicated. We have already a developer account, Volla, so to get all the keys to bring an app into the App Store. Yeah, that is.
But Kotlin is okay with Kotlin multi-platform.
Yeah,
you can share it to iOS and.
Well, yes, but I worked with Kotlin multi-platform as well. In this case, the app is meant natively for Android because, for example, For Ubuntu Touch, we want to make something similar, but the backup sources and everything is completely different. So part of the logic can definitely be shared, because the backend logic that interacts with the Holochain service is actually in Rust, because they mostly use Rust on the Holochain side, and that can definitely be shared like one-to-one, basically no changes. The UI part and the retrieving data part needs to be changed, because all the sources of the backups are basically completely different on the Ubuntu Touch side, on the Linux side and everything. So that anyway will need a big change. And also on the UI side, you probably would want the UI to be a bit different to fit in better with the operating system compared to what Kotlin multi-platform would provide. But yeah, Kotlin multi-platform is definitely a good solution, but at the same time it doesn't, I mean, by default it focuses mostly on Android, and the UI then ends up being identical to the Android one on the other platforms, which is not often ideal on that side. But yeah, it's a good solution, but to actually interact with the most base level systems of the operating systems, it's usually a bit harder compared to doing it natively. So for example, on Volla messages, it's not using Kotlin multi-platform, but it's using Tauri, which is a web-based UI, and it doesn't have to interact as tightly with the operating system because it's just a messaging application. Well, in this case, it being a backup application, it has to interact with the system at the most base level, and so it's better to do it natively like we did in this case compared to using a cross-platform framework that will probably end up wasting more time compared to how much you actually save on the common part. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Here's another question. You're welcome.
Yeah, I really like to have communication with the people I want to communicate without any other intruders. But there are also people with a negative worldview. How can we prevent that criminals or other negative people will use such software without any control? I'm against any control, but what are your thoughts about this risk, also for the reputation?
Well, it's a good question, and you're not the only one that asked it. I'm really stand for the freedom of speech and freedom of communication. And if it comes to criminal acts, so real crime in the real empiric world we are living in always leaves traces in that empiric world. And if there are leaving traces in that world, there's an opportunity of forensic or Strafverfolgung. I don't know the word in English. So then we can. But now I would like to ask you to think a bit. So there's. Secure communication won't prevent that we can doing that Strafverfolgung. I don't know the English word. And I think let's think a bit who is doing the most, or it's mostly, who is the actor of criminal acts in the worst way? Who is plundering the people or robbing the people? And I'm not talking about someone that is robbing some goods in the supermarket. I'm talking about who is taking away more than 50% that we ever own or can earn. And think about who is the actor who is, killing people or injuring people or doing, supporting others to kill people. I'm not talking about the murder of a single case that is terrible enough. I'm talking about killing thousands of people or even 100,000. Think about where's the actor. I don't answer this question right now, but I would make a statement. I think if we protect and ensure secure communication and private communication, we help that crimes are unveiled, because we make sure that journalists, opposition, and activists and Juristen, lawyers can do their job. And I think this is important. We don't enable crime. I think we enable that crime will unveiled, and that we, the people, organize to enlighten all the people what is happening and to prevent that big crime all over the world. So, yeah, law enforcement. Yeah, that is the word. So, yeah, it's 5 p.m. So for today, the program is finished. So maybe tomorrow I will have another chance to show up quickly the Volla Messages app live. Tomorrow we have an exciting day. It starts in the morning at 10. We will start with a workshop for app developers for unified attestation. Then the second part of the morning is Mr. Sinha, another senior developer of us, will introduce in the Volla open source how you can benefit from it. Maybe to bring your custom ROM on our device, or how you can contribute. And in the afternoon, we have also, you will help us to give a workshop for developing Volla cloud apps with a nice Hello World app, as I heard. And maybe Mr. Holochain will be then online and can answer the questions to you. Thank you very much for your patience and that you are listening and all your questions. I love it, and I also love the conversations during the lunchtime and the break. I think we have another option to talk to each other tomorrow in the break. And thanks very much. See you maybe next time or tomorrow. Have a good trip, or we see us tomorrow. Thank you very much. And also again, herzlichen Dank an Mitteldeutschland TV im Ü-Wagen hinter dem Haus für Ihre Hilfe. Auch die Hilfe für die Community, für die Organisation der Partybox. Denn ja, und das ist Community, nicht wahr? Also dann sofort mal etwas organisieren, dass wir dann jeder mithören kann, was hier gesprochen wird. Vielen Dank, und ich wünsche Ihnen noch einen schönen Frühlingsnachmittag in Remscheid oder auf Ihrem Weg nach Hause. Dankeschön.